Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a code. My turn. Team Forge, baby! What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up!
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh, you're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster.
You know I'm programmed to kill you, right?
Come on, that was a good one.
Cars out. Alley-oop.
Egal was so geschieht, schön, dass es dich gibt. Ja, du bleibst.
Found them. Had some trouble. Countdown initiated.
Cipher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Leon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
I've seen your darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only time I like that I ever hide from. Cause I'm red and blue lights, I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at, yeah, where you come from? How in the phone, who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. What I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
and Spacer. They know what you did.
It's a bullseye.
É por isso que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai? Vamos lá. Bebe, hoje só amanhã. É hora do reggae.
Porque a tua fé. Eu vou andando a pé pela cidade. Bonita, o toque do cachê e a força do divino. Ninguém explica, ela é bonita. Porque a tua fé. Eu vou andando a pé pela cidade. Bonita, o toque do cachê e a força do divino. Verdadeiro amor. Você vai onde eu vou. Verdadeiro amor. Você vai onde eu vou. Não diga que não me quer. Não diga que não quer mais. Eu sou o silêncio da noite, o sol da manhã. E o que o mundo tem, mas tem um ponto final. Eu sou o primeiro que canta, eu sou o carnaval. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu.
Pega eles, Binho.
A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu. Verdadeiro amor. Você vai onde eu vou. Verdadeiro amor. Você vai onde eu vou. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu.
This just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radionite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radionite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up.
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes.
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radionite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
But damn! Not enough power.
It needs to be superheated.
Give that here.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Sign secure. We're coming home.
That the big man. Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it.
Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our radiant at for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
Let's dance. Yeah. Say hello to MaxBot. A perfect blend of tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, pretty boy.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Machine double on the shoulder. Mars, teacher on the shoulder. Nobody got medicine. No, I'm not a cure. So I'll
Well, this is embarrassing.
I'm stuck with these voices that only matter. Nothing's gonna free me from my imagination. It's gonna liberate me from my sense of
Oh, he makes me so proud.
It makes me so rich.
Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. Not really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a code. My turn.
Playtime's over. Ready up!
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh. You're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster.
You know I'm programmed to kill you, right?
Come on, that was a good one.
Ich habe so geschieden, schön, dass es dich gibt. Ja, du bleibst.
Found them. Had some trouble.
Then alles ist smooth, slow, it's relaxed, perfekt, genau so.
Countdown initiated.
Cypher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Aeon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
I've seen your darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is them red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from?
Last enough.
Who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. What I want, so I'll never leave that. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you could never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
É por isso que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai?
Vamos lá.
Binho. Hoje só amanhã. É hora do reggae.
Porque toco a fé. Eu vou mandando a fé pela cidade bonita. O toque do axé e a força do divino. Ninguém explica. Ela é bonita. Porque toco a fé. Eu vou mandando a fé pela cidade bonita. O toque do axé e a força do divino. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou, verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. Não diga que não me quer, não diga que não quer mais. Eu sou o silêncio da noite, o sol da manhã. E o voo do mundo tem, mas tem um ponto final. Eu sou o primeiro que canta, eu sou o carnaval. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é Deus.
Pega eles, Binho.
A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou, verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou, a cor dessa cidade sou eu, o canto dessa cidade é Deus, a cor dessa cidade sou eu, o canto dessa cidade é Deus.
This just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radianite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radianite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up.
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes.
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing Radianite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
We're dumped. Not enough power.
It needs to be superheated.
Get that here.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Site secured. We're coming home.
That the big man? Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it.
Phoenix gotta look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our Radiant out for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
Let's dance. Yeah. Say hello to MaxBot, the perfect blend of tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, pretty boy.
This cam over the top has a nice line. There's the ping. See you later, sicko. And another as well, Cloxy.
Texter, another frag to be found. Cream, he's in such an awkward spot, but he's going to light up the collateral.
That's a tang coming through from, I think, a camera.
Oh, what is this?
G'day, welcome to VOT stage number 2. And you know what's special about today? What's special about today is Mac has made his way all the way to a real beach to cast. Mac, It's fantastic to be here. Normally, I feel like you should be introducing me to a broadcast, but I'm introducing you to this one. And I really just admire your dedication, you know, to getting all the way to a live location to make this one happen. I myself am on a green screen. As you can see, it's not moving. It's just a picture. But Mac, you're at a real beach. You've got the Hawaiian flair going on. You must be pumped for our upper bracket semi-finals today.
Mate, it's beautiful. Look, blue skies. You got the sun's out. Look, guns out as well, because of course we're going to be jumping on into a sweet bit of Valorant very shortly. I'm extremely pumped. And look, we get these upper bracket matches as well. And we finally get to see Order play, hopefully, if the other team turns up, because they didn't the other day.
That's a good point. That's something that we're looking forward to. Anyway, besides that point, Mac, obviously we are in day 4 of the playoffs, so you should all know what's been going on. But if not, check this out and it'll explain everything for you.
Welcome to the 2022 Valorant Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for Valorant Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the Valorant Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
All right, well that's how it all works out, Mac. Have you got that figured out? You're 4 days in. How many of you actually cast it? This is your third, right?
This is my third this week, and then one last week. One day, no, each week.
So you should know.
No, one day last week of groups 3, playoffs, yeah, because we had to have that first week off because there was clashes. But look, there's been a whole lot of Valorant, and I've been casting a whole lot of it. But all the teams here are definitely performing. We did have to say goodbye to 2 of those teams yesterday, though.
Yeah, look, I would like to think you know what's going on. At least one of us will. One thing that is important to note about this, whole event in particular is the fact that this sends teams over into the APAC playoffs, or rather, just one team.
Yeah.
I know there was a big discussion around that at the end of last season as to whether maybe we could have 2 teams going over, 1 team, blah, blah, blah. There's always that possibility in the future, but at the moment, we're still just searching for that 1 team to send over to the APAC playoffs. Yeah. Alongside that, obviously, a fair bit of money involved in this as well. Let's take a look at the prize money. The teams can pick themselves up. 9K, I know you guys have been over this before, but 9K for first place is the big deal. And, aside from that, obviously, the qualification slot to go to APAC players get those opportunities to play against some of the best teams in APAC, which, traditionally you'd look at that and say, that's kind of a stepping stone on the greater, more global rung. But in reality, some of those teams are up there in terms of best teams in the world. You had a couple of the teams from the APAC region making it into the top 4 of the last international event. So, I think that's a pretty solid shout in itself.
Yeah, it goes to show, the strength of APAC as a region, as a whole. We've just got so many different little sort of sub-regions all competing to make it to this APAC last chance qual. And look, I really hope we pick the cream of the crop. Look, Bonkers did pretty well last time, but I want to see us making that top 8. I want to see us making it all the way to Masters next time.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket here, Mac, and then you can tell me who exactly you think is the cream of the crop. Which of these teams do you think should be going over to the APAC playoffs? At the moment, obviously, we're looking toward that upper bracket. The matches that we're most interested in at the moment, obviously, Order, Catgirls, Rain, and Bobo are the 4 teams that have managed to win their first 4 games. Order did manage to get a forfeit win, so there was that. Taking a look at yesterday's matches as well, Mac. I know you weren't here for those, but as you mentioned earlier on, we did have to say goodbye to a couple of teams.
Yeah, we had to say goodbye to Honey Badgers, who at least took a map off of Fun Crew, and also Mindfreak, who I thought would have had a bit of a better time against Bonkers than what they did in the upper bracket against Rain. Not Rain, sorry. I think it was Bobo, and they looked really, really good in that first game in the upper bracket, but it looks like they just weren't able to get across the line, at least on a single map yesterday. So, of course, we do have to say goodbye to them.
All right, as mentioned, we've got a couple of big matches coming up today. To start things off, Order and Catgirls be coming up in a couple of minutes, and then, of course, Bobo and Rain a little bit later on today. Now, a couple of really interesting games. Of course, the fact that these are the upper bracket matches, Mac, tend to make you think these should be better games than maybe the first round matches. But even just taking a look at the whole bracket and even the group stages themselves, there's been quite a lot of 3-mappers in this tournament so far. Quite a lot of close games. So we're probably expecting things to be pretty tight today.
Yeah, I'd say so. I've been talking to, the designated analyst of our region, Mr. Mitch Pilsner-Piowski, and he was saying however you say his name. And look, he was saying that this Order and Catgirls game could definitely be that grand final preview. A lot of people touting Catgirls as sort of that team to come up and really push Order here. But look, we're still looking at like Bobo. There's those other 2 teams on the other side of the bracket that have really been impressing us as well.
All right, we'll talk about that one a little bit later on today. For now, we have to focus on Order and Catgirls. Let's take a look at Order first, Mac. This is a team that most people should know and love. Obviously, a few changes coming through from previous seasons. Is it a better Order? Is it a worse Order? Is it around the same kind of area? Is it the same kind of a discussion that we need to be having about Order? Because it looks like they've kind of put together that, as we've heard mentioned, Infinity Gauntlet or maybe Exodia comp here for the region, picking up Ronsky and RDW. But has that set them apart from the rest, or does it continue to set them apart from the rest, I think is the big question.
Well, people are saying that this Order lineup is kind of like the Exodia lineup. They picked Ronsky, who was making waves on other rosters before. They picked up RDW, who was doing huge work for Bonkers overseas. So he's now one of the only players here that actually has that international experience in our region in Valorant, and I'm keen to see how they all play together, mostly because I didn't get to see him the other day because they got that forfeit win.
All right, well, Catgirls on the other side of the table, obviously their opponents for today, and some might say they're the best opportunity of toppling Order within the region. Yeah. Could this be a grand final prelude, Mac? Obviously, a very, very solid team put together here. Autumn and Plix seem to be the names that are on the tips of most lips. But what do you reckon?
Well, there's just so many sharp individuals, right? You got Plix with that overseas experience coming back. He's also IGLing for Catgirls at the moment. But then you just have mechanically gifted individuals in terms of the other four. Like, I feel like Kyoto hasn't really shown us what he's capable of yet, but he's got a lot of previous experience that definitely like helps him keep the mental stable. And then you've got to talk about that extra storyline as well, with where Autumn can get some revenge against Order today, because this is going to be one of the first times we get to see these two teams play.
I believe it is the first time we get to see these two teams play in an official, at least. Either way, Matt, we've got a couple of important individuals to touch on as well. I know you love getting into the nitty-gritty. So today we've got Texter and Plix, the IGLs. How do they stack up?
Well, this is what I wanted to see, right? Just have a look at the stats side to side. They do play, you know, slightly different agents in their compositions, in their teams, but calling and fragging and also just having that impact is so damn important, especially in a region like Oceania. And you can see that Plix, he's doing a little bit more in terms of the stats. But the other thing you got to think about as well is both these players, they're surrounded by so many gifted individuals. So still being able to pull stats like this is very, very impressive.
Indeed. And I guess that's kind of the thing that you're going to have to do if you want to be on the top team in the region, right? Or even, I think for both of these guys, it's probably not even necessarily about being on the top team in the region anymore. It's about being on a top team globally, right? You know, there's no question that both of these teams can potentially take the top of the Oceanic region, but can they go further? Can they represent us in the APAC playoffs well? And can they maybe even go to one of the bigger international events as well? Regardless, besides that point, we do need to continue to talk what's happening in this exact matchup, and we do have the vetoes ready to go, Mac. So obviously this is going to be where things start to get a little bit more exciting, a little bit more interesting. We get to take a bit of a look at what maps we're taking for ourselves. And again, we've got that bind out from Order, which I know was a talking point earlier on in the competition, even though that matchup was not one that got played in the playoffs, Mac. You guys were both surprised after watching that interview from Texter. He said they didn't like bind. Yeah, they've gone ahead and picked it again. So Bind, Haven, and Split for us here are the three maps. I don't really know what to say about that from Order, but hey, I guess it's just a bit of a, you know, a bit of a mind game from them.
Yeah, I want to see this happen, right? Because look, at least we are. It's going to be that first map. I want to know if Texter is bluffing everyone. You know, we do know Order. They used to play Bind. They used to have a pretty solid Bind. I remember when Tux was on the lineup, he'd always be playing that Viper, and you'd see some crazy, crazy stuff going on that map. So they seem to be one of the best teams on the region here. 75% win rate, which is, you know, relatively decent. The last time they took an L here would have been a while ago, I think. Oh, wait. Is that Honey Badgers? They might have lost this one to Honey Badgers a little while ago, so that could have been awkward, unless I'm capping. No, they... Oh, they... Okay, so they have lost it pretty recently. Honey Badgers...
I hope you're capping, Matt.
I'm not capping, but this was also
No,
before...
I hope you are.
This... I don't know if I'm capping. I don't even know what that term means. I'm too old for that.
Mate, you're at the beach. You got a slip, slop, slap. Don't you know about that?
Yeah,
Put
I've got
the cap on.
sunscreen on. That's why I'm looking oily.
Good. All right. Well, all that aside, we have got the agent picks ready to go, and we're going to jump into Bind in just a second. So, look, I mean, again, I guess if you're going to pick this map, the expectation should be from Order that you do win it.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily how it's going to end up going, but... you know, you'd look at this one as being probably their pick, and then Haven coming through for Cat Girls. You'd expect that to go their way. Maybe a 3-mapper here for us today. I certainly hope so. I guess it's a big question mark as to how strong really are Order in the region at the moment. We haven't seen a lot from them. They did drop a map to Fun Cruise. There is that in the back of your mind. But, of course, Cat Girls, as of yet, haven't had their chance to strike against Order.
Well, let's see what they're going to be going for in terms of these agent comps. You can see the Cat Girls... No one, still not rocking that jet. We do have Ronsky on the jet. We know he loves that for Order. We know that he's been probably one of, if not the best individual on this agent in the region. And we've seen a whole lot more, you know, Reyna, a whole lot more Rays coming through in the last couple of days. So I'm interested to see what Ronsky's still going to be able to do here on the jet as we jump on into the pistol.
Indeed. Well, big opportunity, of course, for Order to continue their way through that upper bracket and continue to reinforce those storylines that they've been setting up over the past 12 months or so. Upper bracket final, though, won't necessarily still be what they're looking for. Grand final is still a ways away. There's still a fair bit of work to be done, isn't there, Mac? We're not quite, I suppose, even halfway really through this bracket just yet. I guess at the end of today, we'll be starting to get a bit of a better read as to how things are playing out. But it still feels like early days.
Yeah, it still feels like early days indeed, but let's see what they have for us here. Looks like Order are going to start to put some presence over towards this B side of things. We're going to see an absolute bloodbath in just a matter of moments. Guiding Light deep down long just to get that early info. I don't think it quite connected as RDW just trying to take this aggressive play. Paranoia through and all blinded in the corner. Plix going to be able to survive for now. We see Lou go forward, and this is looking like it's already going to be a Catgirls round unless Order can bring this one back.
Yeah, very solid start. It's now the 2-on-4, 2-on-5. Not much going on left. Order does manage to chime back in with a couple of frags, but Kyoto is able to trade back on in as well. So the 1-on-3 remaining for RDW, and he's just going to try and play it out relatively slow. Does still have a minute left. And of course, a couple of those members on Catgirls still full HP, but maybe still possible. Has got the spike, so he can play around the time a little bit here. But walking into an angle that's covered off by a couple of members, you'd have to say this is going to be a little tough to deal with. And it does seem as well that Catgirls have a pretty good idea as to where he might be.
Yeah, I think they've heard that one as well, the jump back around the corner, so Catgirls not bothering to go for that full rotation.
30 seconds
back to 8, there's still a trademark locking down that position, and Autumn holds the line there. Connects onto RDW with the Headhunter, and that is going to be first round going to Catgirls. So they're going to be pretty happy with that here on the defense.
Indeed. Can't complain about picking up the first round. Especially against a team like Order. You're going to need to take everything you can get. Off we go, though. Not too much of an investment coming through from Order as expected. What kind of shenanigans have they got for us, though, in a round like this, I wonder?
Well, I can tell you they are more interested towards the A side of things this time. Classics across the board, minimal investment at best. Rendezvous set up, and as well as the flash fault line combo just to try to get near that ult orb. They get this full bathrooms control. It's cost him a pretty penny. And Ronsky, he's hungry to get into the action. But look, I think they are just playing for that orb control right now.
Yeah, not a whole lot happening on the side of Catgirls either. More than happy to play a little bit more reserve back inside of their bomb sites. Wait for this push to come through. They know that they have the superior weaponry and firepower, and they don't really need to do a whole lot with it at the moment.
Ooh, I like the setup. Boombot, the contact of the trademark there in the corner. It's just baiting out all this extra utility. Order trying to make this round as costly as possible. Flash still just to try to get any extra info in terms of the sound. And now with that smoke deep towards the garden, it has allowed that ult orb to go back in the hands of Order, who make their way to Hall. And I don't know what the hell they're going to be trying to do here. We do see the spike TP back to A, so it looks like that's where they're going to be hitting eventually. But we still got the lurker in Maple all the way over towards B.
Just looking for that plant at the moment, aren't they? And they have managed to pull a couple of those Order players across. Back over to A. It looks like Catgirls are all over it. No chance, unfortunately, of the plant going down. It was a nice attempt, I thought, there from Order, and it did look like it was going to work out for a moment, but ultimately Catgirls seem to be pretty switched on. And they're able to pick it up. Only losing the one player as well, so not too much of an economic hit. Really good stuff as we head into the first gun round.
Let's see what's going to change here. Order have 4 Spectres to deal with. Not getting too much damage done in that second round of the map. So we'll see what Catgirls opt to do on the bonus round. Are we going to see something more aggressive? So far, looks like we're seeing a bit of a hookah setup. Plix going to be dropping that Guiding Light with this aggressive smoke as well, just to try to play around here. Looks like they're going to wait for that contact to come through first, though.
Ronsky going to be leading the charge, maybe off the contact of that boom bot. To push his way forward, but ultimately backs off, still gets the fight win. Maple picks up the first frag for Order in the round, and all of a sudden, maybe an advantage to Order as Tex is able to find another. It is starting to look a little bit more problematic now for Catgirls that Order have all of the resources to work with.
Oronsky's been practicing his firewalking. The balls on him to run into that molly, into that setup was completely ridiculous, and he's come out I wouldn't say unscathed, but he's alive. And we got Cat Girls early rotation towards A, trying to lock this one down. Still trying to play aggressive there. Last pack as well, just trying to lock this down. And the two-pronged approach is going to be way too much for Cat Girls to deal with. Order, a perfectly navigated bonus round so far.
Yeah, not a whole lot that Autumn could do about it. Poor old fella stuck in a 2-on-1. Everyone collapsing on top of him in Newhall. And it's on to Swirl.
Yeah, fault line here.
Yeah, he might just try and get a little bit of extra damage out of this one, but any thoughts of winning the round should probably be far by the wayside at this point. Smoke down in front of him as well, and a spam through almost collects him. 13 HP remaining, eventually finished off by Disco. There wasn't really that much in it there, I think, for him. And Autumn will be happy to pick a round up with all 5 players alive. Very, very solid looking stuff.
Yeah, that structure was just too damn good. Still going back to that initial engagement from Ronsky, man, had that tailwind charged up, so he got out of dodge in time. But now this is where we get to see the fun happen. Cat Girls, they've got 5 guns in play. Operator in the hands of Autumn, who's going to be going for that glass cannon approach. And still no ults worked up, but Lou, one pick, and he can get that showstopper online.
Bomb buddy out.
Well, once again, still a fairly reserved defense coming through from Cat Girls. Bit of control of Hookah, but that is going to leave the other avenue of attack open. Cat Girls all over it, though, with Autumn finding the opening frag. Can't double down. Ronsky finding the trade, and straight into the B bomb site goes Order. It is a 4-on-3 now. Rotation's going to have to come across, but with bomb site control already and our numbers advantage, it doesn't look like a fun time to be on the Cat Girls side of the coin.
Maybe a save already, but we'll see what info's found by the Trailblazer. All close angles dealt with, so they know that they can walk out, but they have to be worried about balls, and the swing is too strong. Texter finds himself a quick triple, and that's going to be 2 on the board for Order.
Well, you were talking about Texter in the pre-show, and I guess that's where he can put those kinds of numbers up. Not afraid to take the fights himself, and obviously a very individually skilled player too. So, you know, despite taking those IGL duties, you know, sometimes something that can be used as a bit of an excuse. I don't need to frag. I don't think necessarily represented in the 2 IGLs we've got in this game.
I think Valorant as a whole, it's harder to be a weaker link and still find your position in the team. It's like one of those games where everyone really needs to be on, because, look, you can't just have like a Sage that can't get kills, right? Because otherwise, if you're last alive, you're going in, no one can rely on you. Now, change of angles here. And Swell, he's just going to be waiting this smoke out, holding it and expecting some aggressive play. Ronsky did push through, pretty much try in the previous round, so nice adaptations coming through from Cat Girls here. They just want to try to find as much info as possible.
Yeah, a little more reserved approach this time coming through from Order as well. They'll know they're up against a bit of a weaker buy, so expecting a couple of shenanigans perhaps. Maybe a stack on one side or another. In the end, that's not necessarily what's going to eventuate. They have been able to just leave Ronsky to his own devices over on B, while the rest of the lads try to make something happen on A. Autumn is shutting the door on that, though. 2 quick taps to the head, and now we turn our attention toward B, and that's the insurance fund coming into play. Ronsky finding the double kind of opens the door up a little bit, but unfortunately, Swirl coming through for the trade is going to once again put that numbers advantage back squarely with the Cat Girls.
Ooh. That's going to be Spike on the ground now. RDW's got a lot of work to do on 5 HP. Oh, this one seems unachievable, but if anyone can, it's probably this man, unless he doesn't clear those corners. But time, a big factor. He had to take some shortcuts, and it has cost Order a round. But Autumn, the absolute savior there. 2 sharp shots with the Headhunter, saving the round.
Well, I guess that's why he's one of those guys that everyone likes to talk about, isn't it? You know, I don't cast a lot of Valorant. In fact, this is the first one I've ever done, but when I've been looking and doing a bit of research, he's a name that continues to pop up, and I'm starting to see why. It's a big round to win for Cat Girls. You could kind of feel a bit of I feel like a bit of a sense of a momentum shift going the way of Order off the couple of rounds that they did just pick up, and all of a sudden it's kind of flipped back on its head. Gonna get the knives out from Ronsky and see what he can do. Very quick and aggressive, but not able to find too much.
This is one of those rounds that's going to be very important just for either team to stabilize that economy. Autumn not going to be spotted while this boombot is bouncing at too much of an angle. Autumn missed opportunity. That flashpoint just gets him right across the line, and Ronsky with the blades. Oh, he's gone way too deep. The slow locks him in place and is looking pretty damn good for Catgirls at the moment.
Yeah, Kyoto having a whale of a time right now, but eventually does get full, and showstopper out from Maple, not going to connect onto too much. He's going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way with the rifle in hand. That's a bit of a beat as to where his opponent is, but Lou able with the wide swing, deal with him quite comfortably. And now it's on to RDW.
I have the spike.
Solo has got the spike at the very least, so he could make a rotation over to B if he really wanted, though. Quick teleport over to B from the Catgirls, and they'll be able to look for that retake if he starts to plant the spike.
Investment of that from the shadows up to heaven to Texter. Did put the spike in an awkward position, but it ends up working in RDW's favor just to get the spike planted. Open plant, and he's heard that double TP across, so you can see he shifts over towards elbow instead of long, so he can at least contest the fight out of the top of hookah.
Nice angle to play from. Op in hand. Bit of info there off the util getting tossed out. Molly in front of him. He's let them pass, and now the job gets much more difficult. Has to try to find the angle. Can't do so. Half the defuse done, and that'll be that. As Swirl is able to finish him off. He had one opportunity when they were jumping out the window. Missed it, and that's pretty much the round done and dusted right there.
Tried his best. Unfortunately, look, that one missed shot, as you mentioned, was definitely the opportunity missed. Now, moving into the next, you can see that... Oh, okay, Order. They still have a decent amount of economy to go for a bit of a mixed bag here. RDW, of course, has that tour de force online, so he will have that sniper rifle thanks to the ultimate. And then, talking about ults, we got Plix with the squishies, with the jellies ready. Seekers can just find out all that early info if they want to make this aggressive play, and it looks like they might just be doing so. Guiding light deep down long. With the long positions nice and clear, and now they have to just worry about hookah here towards B.
Well, early stages of the round play out as usual. Small pockets of map control being established for Order, but nothing too substantial just yet. Very patient, Autumn, watching this line. But Maple's not really going to give him anything. You are seeing that rotate come back across 4-1 split. Again from Order, something they've liked to do so far on this attacking side. RDW will give up the one out of the split, which is going to make the job a little bit easier now for Catgirls as Autumn finds another on the other side of the map. They start to get a bit of information as to where that hit might be coming.
Repositions again and just waits for this bust out of Octi. Smoke fading shortly, and that guiding light should have spotted the raise up in hookah. Awkward position for Autumn. Can't follow it through with the headhunter this time. And Lua pushing forward. It's going to be Ronsky. Damage from above. Now it's him against Swell here on site. Kyoto quickly rotating and dropping that flash as well. He's going to be spotted. Ronsky, you're undeadable. It's at the wrong possible moment. Great shade from Kyoto to keep Catgirls in it, but that round was almost won by Ronsky solo.
Yeah, indeed. He almost pulls it off, but unfortunately just not quite enough. Needed someone else to chime in with something, anything, and that would have been a round for Order. Must be getting a little frustrating now for Order as we're getting deeper into the first half. 5-2 scoreline. Not exactly where you want to be seeing things go. And for Ronsky in particular, pulling off such an impressive round and getting, I mean, quite frankly, no benefit really from it. It's like butting your head against a wall. I'm going to try a different approach this time by the looks of things from Order. 5 players toward the same side of the map. And Ronsky working his way up short. Going to try and get a bit of information. Going to try and find that entry frag for his side. He's very deep already into the bomb site. Smokes are coming out. Texter's found an opener. It's looking better and better as we go deeper into the round for Order. And the trade's just not quite coming through fast enough for the Catgirls. Only one so far as Texter triples down and closes it all out.
A huge round. It pretty much was on the back of Autumn, you know, locking down that bathroom's control, but the bust came up short way too quick. So he got pincered on, lost that fight with the swing. I believe it was RDW coming through, but then also that entry route from Ronsky, it's disgusting, man. He's playing a whole different game, and Swell just wants to do as much financial damage here as possible. So he's having a sniff here at CT.
Volley out, but that's not going to stop an op shot. And so Swell will be dispatched off pretty quickly by RDW. A nice saving grace there for Order. It was starting to get a little bit out of hand, but they bring it back 5-3. Force the reinvestment from Cat Girls and start to break the bank a little bit on that side of the coin. So still a way back into this half for the attacking side. And this time they're going to focus their attention toward B, it seems.
Yeah. Let's see what they're going to go with here. Ronsky just, quickly practicing his aim there on his teammates' highlights. And it looks like we are just going to see this attempt at long control this time coming through. Guiding Light goes down, has spotted Text up. And we do see Cat Girls show a lot of respect, just letting him go back. Swirl can be tagged up by that fault line, drops the incendiary, and he will get away with his life. A dangerous place for Ronsky to be there, but it looks like we might just see this early hit on the site come through again.
Yeah, they have given up hookah control, and that's going to allow the split to come through. Ronsky once again finding some really solid entries, and this time they're not going to be for naught. They will have a high degree of value. He's going to look for some more as well. He's feeling it at the moment. Trade has to come through from Disco and Nevi. Ultimately, though, Order going to be very happy with proceedings in this round. Kyoto popping a couple of flashes out, but can't do too much. RDW posted on the line with the op, and that is 5-4. So in the blink of an eye, it sort of turns back on its head, and you start to think, okay, Order's not out of this one just yet.
Order doing a real damn good job at cracking open these sites. Of course, some things have gone wrong earlier on in this half, but I'm just seeing Ronsky constantly looking for that high ground, and it seems to be where he excels, right? He's 13-6 at the moment. He's got those blades online. Text, he's got from the shadows as well. But then you look at the ults there for Cat Girls. They got 3 ready to pull out. One, of course, is going to be a breach ult, but it's not going to matter. Lou's not going to be able to use that showstopper here, so just with the pistols, Order seem to be navigating the round very well indeed. U-Haul's going to be cleared out in a moment. And that stack on the B side of things from Cat Girls was a bad read this time, so we'll see if they can get any financial damage done here.
Oh, it's kind of cool to see the different approaches that Order is bringing to these anti-ecos. The previous one we saw from them, a bit of a slower approach, very chilled out. This time, just trying to go fast into A, and it's worked. So it's like they're kind of reading the play pretty nicely in this first half. Getting the better of Cat Girls in that round and equalizing the scoreline. Back and forth game. It's been a bit of a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm getting the sense that one team is, feeling like particularly dominant over the other at the moment, though.
Yeah, it's really close, right? Like 5-5. I was expecting Order, it's their map pick, to have a little bit more here on the attacking side, but look, I feel like we don't see enough buy-in, so I don't even know which way this one's going to go. And you look at Order's comp, right? They're playing that double duelist. They've only got that 1 Sentinel, 1 Smokes, 1 Initiator. So it's definitely tailored for this first half that they're playing. And I just want to know what they're going to be able to bring into that second half, other than continued aggression, because Cat Girls comp can definitely punish here. Early bathrooms control coming through for Order just to get that early Rolling Thunder online.
Look, I mean, I think when you've got your Jet 14-7, you might as well continue to play that aggressive style. Ronsky really feeling it at the moment. He's got the knives out in this round. You saw he wanted to go fast again into the A site. Couldn't really find too much, but still roaming around. And when a guy like that is in fine form, you sort of just let him do what he wants to. Texter on the other side of the map is going to get a bit busy, but it won't work out in his favor. Here we go from Lou. Could be a big kill coming out, but not able to connect rather with the rocket. Ronsky also missing a couple of the knives, and it starts to fall apart a little for Order in this round. Maybe just got a little bit too tricky for their own good, as they'll now head their way back into A. It is a 5-on-2. They will be able to get the spike down, Mac, but you have to imagine that this is going to be a tough one to pull off.
Well, there's a chance here. Maple, with an extra ult point, getting that spike planted. If he can find himself 2 quick kills from the CT bust coming through, there's a chance to get the showstopper online. There's the first, and if he can get that second, there was a world where I saw it happening, but Swell, quick to trade, was able just to hold his ground, and there we go. Cat Girls, sorry. Are going to be taking that 6th round and maybe just the majority. Order, at least they've got all the money in the world going into the final round to buy up again, as well as 3
Last
ults
round before
online.
the
So
switch.
this one could be difficult for Cat Girls if they cannot connect their shots.
I feel like Cute Girls is also a fairly reasonable thing to say.
It's also
Cute girls,
you know,
cat girls. Cats are cute. That's what I think anyway.
I've got this issue where, you know, there may be a player in the title of game whose name a lot of the time is Cute Girl on a certain service. So cat girls, cute girls,
Okay.
you know, it's all the same. Either way.
I'm not really sure who you're referring
Valhalla.
to, but... Oh,
Yes.
okay. There you go. Oh, well, straight in there from the Cat Girls this time. Not the Cute Girls. Showstopper out from Maple. Takes a little while to get that one going, but Lou eventually will fall. Kyoto, quick through with a headshot after headshot after headshot. And brings it back to the 3-on-1. It looks like Cat Girls will walk away with the first half. A 7-5 definitely on offer for them here, unless RDW is able to pull off a bit of magic. Has time to work with, that's for sure, but Spike out in no man's land and so many angles to clear. Not going to make life easy.
Really relying on this operator to try and connect. Smoke up top forces him down. And he does have that headhunter in the back pocket to play the closer range angles if he needs to. But at least, look, everything's happened so early on in the round that time is still on his side. But it is going to be ticking away slowly but surely. Cat Girls believing in the setup that they have. They've got Autumn making sure there's no wrap on the back of site. And the double U-haul setup here. It's probably just going to be that little bit too strong to get past. There you go, Kyoto peeking from the corner. Pick up the final round and take it to a 2-round lead as we head to the half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, 7-5. Reasonable lead, reasonable start for Cat Girls. Bit of work to do for Order heading back into the second, but it's not over yet, obviously. And we know this is Order's map choice, so they should have something for us coming back into the defensive side. Okay, if Pistol goes the way of Cat Girls, then you maybe start to get a little bit worried, Mac?
Yeah, I definitely would be, but I still am interested to see how Order are going to play this double duelist comp on the defending side. I feel like they're going to go for a more aggressive approach. You know, Ronsky, that is where he thrives in the chaos, in the brawl style of gameplay, and this man just wants to take as many fights as possible. He's also gone for that Sheriff here, so eyes on Hookah for him. And that trademark set up over towards the long, nice and early Autumn. Trying to crack open something and draw attention towards the A side of things, but of course, these chambers are very, very frequently on the lurk. So we are going to see him just smack it back over, and Cat Girls setting their sights on the B side.
Bit of scout and duty coming out. Monsky would have been spotted, but it doesn't matter. Lou's going to go down anyway. All of a sudden, Texter straight through the teleporter, looks for more, gets a double, gets the reload off, but can't fire a shot. Boombot through, Maple chucking the nades in there as well. He's got the double with that too. I can't believe it. Order. What a crazy round. And they walk away with 3 players alive, Pistol solidly in their back pocket.
Well, I figured it out. So Disco obviously has that flash as the initiator, but Texter on the Omen has that paranoia to play around, and you can see the impact of that one. Dropping it as he goes through the TP, blinds 2, has the advantage in terms of distance, and then gets a couple of kills himself, and sets up for the rest of the round to play out nicely. Ronsky only got that single kill, but he now has that Marshall in hand, and that's where things get scary. This man is a beast with this weapon.
Oh, we'll see how that one plays out. Texter going to be the point man in this case for Order. Already knows that a player has crossed. He's in a bit of a spot of bother, needs some help. Perhaps maybe doesn't, as he'll get the better of Lou solo, but can't get much more than that. Ronsky posted on the line, as he mentioned, with the Marshall. Just be waiting to see if he can find anyone to strike on. Unable to do so for the moment. Has to pop the smoke just to keep himself feeling comfortable. No teleport likely to come through from Cat Girls at the moment, despite the fact that Order would be hoping perhaps to bring those forces in one direction.
Ooh. You hear him coming. And Cat Girls are just going to be running as far away as possible from that man, Ronsky. A solid setup here for short, though. And it looks like we are going to see Catgirls walk straight into this crossfire. Disco taking contact and the swing off the back of it. There it is. Disco holds his line, and he might just do it all himself as well. Fault line to follow. And RDW chimes in for the final kill. There you go. Pistol taken as well as the second. And look, considering that was a bonus round, or this is going to be the bonus round, we're all tied up. And if Order do well here, take as many guns out of the hands of Catgirls as possible, then they can get into the lead very quickly and assert some dominance here in the second half.
It does feel like that's been the prevailing storyline, though, throughout this map so far, is that Catgirls have gotten a bit of an advantage, and then Order's been able to equalize it, but not really pull ahead. So this kind of could be the tipping point, as you say, if Order can actually manage to take advantage of this opportunity, which I feel they've had a couple of, and, you know, haven't been able to really convert so far. This is where things start to get a little bit interesting. Ronsky under pressure. Can't find the heads. Swirl opens it up nicely. Texter also dropping the bonus round, as you say, Mac, but it's not going too well so far for Order. Decent damage done onto a couple of members. Disco going to be caught in the back of the head after teleporting. And it's probably all she wrote for Order in this round with just a couple of players alive. RDW looking to try and find an angle. Won't have much luck. And it's down to just Maple now.
Well, they've heard that tag go through, and now all eyes on the prize. Autumn swings and loot. Holds that cross too, so it's a very solid end to the round. And Catgirls only one casualty. I think that's a pretty good situation for them. They got a whole lot of site control early on, but then also held those flanks. Knew that Order were going to try to get up in their grills, try to get as much chaos cranking in the round as possible, but that didn't happen. And now going into the first gun round, we do have Texter having to go down to the Spectre just to get some extra util there. Ronsky on the half armor. Not too sure how this one's going to be juggled around. All right, we've gone for the Judge instead. And Catgirls, they are going to reinvest onto the one member Swirl that did fall in the previous.
Still pretty tight. Still anyone's game. Boombot going to be used to clear out Hookah. And Catgirls now aware that there's really not a whole lot going on in that area of the map. Some responsive util coming through from Order, though. It's just going to push them back. And Texter retakes control.
This angle as well. That's where you want to be playing if you've got that Judge in your hands. Over towards Hookah. It can cause a world of damage if that bust comes through. And Catgirls, I think they're dodging a bullet by sending that over towards A instead here.
Probably right. Although there is that extra rotate coming across from Order, it seems like the spider sensors might be tingling. And they're going to try and bring the third player across to the side. Ronsky gets aggressive again through the smoke, finds the advantage. Numbers are there for Order. Clear out U-Haul here, courtesy of Maple.
30 seconds left.
No one wanting to make that first move here. And RDW is going to clear out all that short area. Okay, the aftershock as well going to be used, as well as that fault line. So everyone gets off the spike. No plant through just yet. Catgirls are going to be tucked in the U-Haul. Are they going to expect the second player here? No, paint shots is going to force Disco forward, cost him his life. So that's more damage. But Flixie doesn't have time for the round, and Texter will take him down before the clock hits naught. But that's going to be 8 on the board. Order hit that, keep it even, and take a whole lot of money out of the bank there of Catgirls.
Yeah, money just good enough still to eke a buyout for Catgirls. Investment's going to come through for them, but it's starting to get a little bit dire on that front. And it's starting to get tight as well. You can, well within your right, see Order just walking away with a couple of quick rounds here and then pretty much shutting shop on the map. I have to wait and see how this one plays out. Looks like it will take a bit of work to get into the A-bomb site this time from Order. Already a fair bit invested, but they have control of short, and Order, I mean, they might have been out in no man's. That doesn't necessarily matter. Maple and Order, Maple and Ronsky, I should say. Goodness me. Able to find one apiece, which is at least the bare minimum.
That paranoia connecting, and the shadow step from Texter has just barely missed the safe cover there at default. And it's an awkward position, but now they know that the numbers were all towards the A side of the map for Order. So the instant rotate comes back out. Disco going to be flashing his way towards the line, but the incendiary just burning wide enough to slow him down. And he's going to wait for this big, long flank coming through from RDW2. But look at Plix's position. He TP'd, and he's still in here.
He's just waiting patiently, isn't he? Expecting maybe a TP to come through from Order. Not going to get it, but does find the timing right into the back of the head of RDW. Disco, nice sharp shot on the Plix, however. We'll keep it interesting. Finds the double. That's the clutch. And Order will win another round.
Big util usage. And look, he's gone for that half tick as well. Gets that operator in hand for the next round. Didn't trust himself to find it before the end. And we are going to see that full tick come through. Now, he's got that Rolling Thunder online, so we might see something more aggressive coming through from Order. They've got 4 ults online, maybe even 5 if RDW can play for that orb control over to his bathroom. So this is a very dangerous one. But at the same time, you know, that operator was carried across, so he's going to use that anyway here.
A gift.
Well, they'll hope to keep a little bit in the back pocket if they can. Still some legs.
I did want to touch on Plix, his usage of the Seekers just to get all that info on A and allow so much control early on. But then things didn't end up working out for Catgirls. So a bit of a rough one, but it definitely could have gone either way. Good damage to Order's economy for the long term. And Catgirls, they don't have a whole lot here, but if they hit some crisp shots with the Sheriffs, you know, play off the back of the little util they do have, there is a chance that these B-site players could all be in trouble. But Order, they've
look at all the info. Ronski's getting a lot of info as well. He's working his way all the way through the attacker spawn and starting to get around behind Catgirls. The slower they go, the worse this is going to become, and they're not even finding entries on the site, Mac. This has gone horribly wrong for Catgirls and about perfectly to plan for Order.
Oh, they heard that.
Ronski inevitably going to get in behind them, but not able to win this duel so far against Plix. Takes a little while, but gets it over the line in the end. Swirl able to punish him for his transgressions, but end of the day, 3 players alive. It should be a round that is going the way of Order.
Well, let's see how cracked Swirl is. Man's got 3 members to get past. Texter on a crisp line, but that wallbang going to be too strong. Swirl falls and Order keep 3 alive. So very solid end to the round as well as a start. All that delaying util over towards long over towards Hookah as well. Just stop that push out from all of Catgirls with those pistols. And look, you were pointing out that flank. That may not have worked as intended from Ronski. A little bit shaky, cost him way too much health. But it is another round nonetheless for Order. And look, considering this is the first time I've got to see what they can bring to the fray, look, coming into this round, a Catgirls timeout might work against them because Order, they've got 5 damn ults to use here.
Yeah, they were able to hold on to them all, weren't they? So it just kind of it continues to increase the pressure when you know you're up against that kind of firepower round after round after round, and you're starting to run out of opportunities on the map as well.
Yeah.
You know, obviously it is Order's map pick, and we talked about that at the start of the day being the expectation that they should pick it up. You know, it's nice to have a bit of a silver lining in the back pocket that you're still going on to your own map choice, but
just want to point out that Texter's moustache is getting better by the day, so I really hope he rides that one out.
Yeah, on a scale of 1 to Mac, mate, where is it at right now?
I'd say it's probably like in terms of length, a 4. In terms of structure, beyond what I can bring to the table.
Length isn't everything, Mac. I don't know if anyone ever told you that.
Yeah,
it's about how you use it.
I know, but look, he's still early days in growing the mo. I just want to know how long it gets, you know?
How long is he going to keep it? That's the other question. Off we go, though, into round number 19. Showstopper. It does actually catch Plix. That's already bad news for Catgirls. Nade's going to get tossed out as well, but not required because Disco's getting it done with the rifle. End of the day, it's not looking good at all for Catgirls. Autumn needs to come up big and does a double kill before he eventually gets felled by Disco, and RDW is able to slide through for another frag. For a moment, there was a bit of respite. There was some hope for Catgirls, but it was very quickly pulled back away by Orders. They just chuck numbers at them, and Order looking very confident and comfortable now.
I thought that Rolling Thunder from Disco was almost trolleyed as Maple fell. Got a bit awkward, but look, that spike control's still there. And Order very worried about that big flank coming through. So I'm liking this defensive structure they have. Not really close to trade, though, so they all just have to fully believe in themselves. And at the moment, look, I think they're all playing out of their minds, so why not, hey? And Swell coming all the way back to take this fight with RDW.
30 seconds left.
30 on the clock. And at this point, he'll pretty much have to commit towards that A site. Smoke to play around. Oh, Stimmy just to try to get that little bit of extra sauce there. And, oh, man's going to keep going forward. And all I want to touch on from that round is just, other than that Rolling Thunder costing Maple his life, the coordination with that util. Maple got set up for those initial kills, and Disco, his timings with everything, those flashpoints, those aftershocks, they're just so good. The fault line as well, just constantly hitting them. And like, that's the thing that makes a good player, or differs the good player and the bad breach player, right? Is hitting those fault lines, because you only have so many you can use of those around. And if you're not connecting with them, well, it's just, you know, wasted real estate.
Money's a bit tight on the Catgirl side of things, and Order looks like they want to make something happen early in the round. It works perfectly. RDW with the op, able to strike. You've got another opportunity here, but Autumn is going to put that one to bed. Charging straight through the teleporter, though, is Dexter, and once again, it's just an all-out brawl outside of A. It's gone favorably enough for Order with the numbers advantage.
And again, Break's just going to be hit by Catgirls, trying to figure out how they can get back into this round from the disadvantage. And it's all down to Disco here, who's playing tucked away towards the TP at long. It's a good position to be in just to play retake on B. And oh, Text has cleared out Hookah. They've heard that one come through, as well as be cancelled. So now, Catgirls may be able to play off this timing, but it depends as well on how much Disco's going to hear. He's definitely going to hear that drop out of Hookah. And now we're going to see Maple start to cheat over towards the B site too.
Not a bad spot to be in here for Disco. They've sort of half cleared him out, haven't they? But not properly. Has been spotted in the end by Autumn. That's going to put a bit of a spanner in the works here for Order. That's their two-pronged defense broken. They're going to have to just start to filter their way onto the bomb site now. Unfortunately, for Kyoto, Ronski is going to be able to find that angle. And we're starting to get into the thick of things now. Dexter Sim makes it look easy. Maple as well. I thought it was going to be a little tighter than that. It felt like it was the kind of round that was really going to go down to the wire. End of the day, though, Order make it look pretty clean, and that's going to be 12 up for them.
Yeah, it seemed like there was some kind of miscomms coming through there in the setup of the post plants. Kyoto had no idea someone could be out in sight. Thought Autumn was maybe spotting that one, but Autumn was tucked away in the corner. So rough positioning, and look, a lack of trades made that one a pretty simple retake. And now Order, they're going to find themselves on map point with a couple of these to play with. And it's a rough situation if you're a Catgirls fan, because we're getting people buying down to half armor just to try to get that extra util. And even Spectre's there for Kyoto. So this is the best chance for Order to close out the map right here.
Certainly is. Look, they got plenty of chances, though. So even if this one doesn't go their way, I'm not sure they're going to be too perturbed. But yeah, as you say, they'd love to get it done here and now. Make it a quick day. Obviously, there is still potentially another 2 maps to go. Maybe only the one.
Just looking for this early bathrooms control. Maple. It's just, again, this setup. So much util invested for Order to retake this one after hearing so many abilities thrown towards the Maple. He'll fall, and now Catgirls in with a chance.
Yeah, it might have been one too many times. The Order has tried to contest the same area of the map, and perhaps a little bit expected this time from Catgirls. They deal with it accordingly. They've still got to work their way into the bomb site, though, and Ronski is doing a good job of clearing out short. Knives come out after finding that op shot, and all of a sudden, it starts to fall back on its head for Catgirls, and that's going to be that. Defenders side victory, 13-8 in the end. Order will pick up the win, and Catgirls will have to go home and look for plan B. Obviously, another map still yet to play, Mac. That's their choice, so there is that to consider, but a fairly dominant display in the end on Bind from Order, who I will say kind of felt like started slow a little bit. You know, it was a bit tit for tat in that first half, but the second half, a completely different storyline.
I think I was you know, I expected that sort of aggression to start to come through from Order, but they were just hitting their shots. They were like retaking the map control every time they lost it. They were just, the structure were just that little bit better. And I think that's probably what we're going to see differentiate both these teams today. Cat Girls coming in with a solid effort, you know, considering this is the first time they've taken on Order, a solid showing in that first half, but it seemed like things sort of dropped off in that second. So look, going over to Haven, I'm sure, you know, them starting on the attack is going to be a dangerous place.
All right, well, plenty to talk about when we do get to Haven. But for now, we're going to have to take a short break. We're going to go to our own Haven. Max on the beach. He's having a good time. Go grab yourself a drink. Do whatever you need to do. Come back in a couple of minutes because we're on to map 2. See you in a sec.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Machine double officer, the monster. Teacher, I'm in trouble. Nobody got medicine. No, I'm not a cure. So I'll
Well, this is embarrassing.
I'm stuck with these voices, they're all in my head. All in my nothing's gonna free me from my imagination. It's gonna liberate me from my sense of growth.
Oh, he makes me so proud.
It makes me so rich. Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. That's really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a code. My turn. Team Forge, baby. What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up.
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh. You're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster. You know I'm programmed to kill you, right? Come on, that was a good one.
G'day, welcome back. This is VOT Stage 2. We're into the upper bracket semi-finals of the playoffs, Mac. Obviously, things have been, pretty interesting thus far in the competition. I think it only gets better from here. The fact that we've now seen Order picking up that first map victory as well starts to make you wonder, is there a potential 2-0 on the cards? Can Order really throw that gauntlet down and do a bit of a number on the Cat Girls?
Well, Cat Girls Haven, I wouldn't say it's been shaky, but it has been a solid map for them against a lot of other teams as of late. Of course, this team hasn't been together for that long, so all the games have been played in the last month, essentially. They've only lost it once, and that was to Rain, but that was also in OT, so they do have a very solid... It's looking like their attacking side's kind of where they find more consistency than their defensive side. But then you're looking at Order, and they've got a lot of reps over this historically. I need to really change this. I don't know what they've played recently, but they've played this a lot. Managed to dominate Mind Freak like last week, 2 weeks ago. And then that was the last time they played. Every other time before that was with, the lineup with Tux in it. So I'm keen to see what they're going to be able to pull out of the hat here. I'm more also interested to see what kind of agent composition they bring into this, and if they're just going to be going for that sort of double duelist again to just really try to cause a lot of chaos and thrive in it.
Yeah, it sort of feels like a lot of people were hoping this would be a pretty tight matchup, that Cat Girls would be able to be the team to kind of push Order in the region. No one really seems to have been able to do that. Admittedly, Order did drop a map in the group stage, but a map is not a huge concern, I guess, for them. It's a little bit harder to get, I guess, a great read on Order here in the playoffs just because they haven't played so far. Like, they had that forfeit victory earlier on in the week, and that means there's not a whole lot of data to kind of draw from. But as far as Cat Girls is concerned, I don't think the day's off to a great start. That should be no surprise. That said, obviously, Bind was Order's map choice, so there's, no real concerns about it. Going into Haven, it is now the choice of Cat Girls, and this is where they have the opportunity to strike back.
I do notice Dick Stacey's not in the server with them today, so I wonder...
He was
before, wasn't he?
Yeah, he dropped out, and I believe he had to leave, and I don't think he's going to be coming back from what I can see in the League Ops Discord. So, is that a massive concern for Order? I guess, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, they did close out the end of the first map without him, so...
Yeah, I think it should be fine. They know what they're doing, and I'm not too sure how much influence Dick Stacey has in terms of, while the game's is alive. It's kind of better for the coach not to be speaking while the game's alive, more so just during those tack pauses, ideally, anyway. So we'll see if that changes it. Either way, Order going to be starting on this attacking side, and they have just gone for the single duelist this time. That's going to be Ronsky. We are going to see Maple go over towards the Sky instead. But on the other side of things, we got Lou opting for the Reyna instead of a Raze or a Jet here, which is interesting because he of course is one of the better Jets in the region. And we'll see what's going to be happening here. Looks like there's a potential for it to be a bit of a mid-bust coming through from Order.
Just chilling at the moment on the site is Autumn. He was the one that was able to do so much damage on one of those anti-ecos for Cat Girls. Might have been spotted there by Ronsky. Certainly seems those comms have come through, but he hasn't been dealt with just yet. Ronsky doesn't manage to actually win that duel, and now there's a chance for Autumn to double down. Texter eventually chasing him around the corner. will get the better of that duel. So a bit of fancy footwork from Autumn isn't going to get him out of trouble this time. And Order have the advantage as the plant does go down on C. Disco spots the info early, makes it an easy headshot onto Plix, who rounds the corner right in front of him in the crosshairs. And all of a sudden, the House of Cards comes crashing down for Catgirls.
And the Disco starts firing up. A couple of crazy colors there. People dancing all around the Haven here. And now going into that second round, we'll see what they're going to be able to bring into this one. Ronsky has gone for the Phantom half armor. So this man, he is in it to take a couple of kills here. And we'll see if anyone's going to be able to stop him.
That didn't rhyme. That didn't rhyme, Mac.
What?
Keep up.
He's in it to take a couple of kills. I don't know if that's how that saying goes.
Well, I was trying to figure out what he was in for. Either way, he's in it to win it, but everyone knows that.
Hey, there we go. He's in it to win it.
Okay.
Let's go. Well, I mean, a bit of a change up from the first map, right? Catgirls, they were able to pick up the initial pistol. This time it's Order, so on the opponent's map choice, each team picking up the initial pistol, which is always nice to see. So that's going to be followed suit as well. RDW, he doesn't need a rifle. He doesn't need anything. He doesn't need to upgrade his weapon. He's just going to come through, pistol in hand, make it happen.
Well, if you're feeling it, honestly, that Ghost can be enough at times, and it allows you to get so much extra util on the board. And look, it's just going to be this wrap in towards the back of C. There's no trademark in the way, and RDW is going to keep on fragging. Lou finally finds himself some impact. Ronsky close with the Phantom to trade, and this is looking like it's all she wrote already. If Flix can get, look, one more gun out of the hands of Order here, I think that's a pretty good job, all things considered.
Might be a little difficult to do so, though. I think he's being wrapped on right now by Ronsky. Didn't actually get the info, didn't spot him out the window, but RDW, 3 kills with the Ghost. I mean, talk about return on investment. There was no investment, basically. And he's able to pick up 3 kills, so you'll definitely take that.
Yeah.
Helps the health of the economy.
And it's solid too, because even though they lost that one player, they can drop that Ghost across, and oh no, he's going to keep the Ghost. Oh, he's even going to drop the Vandal into the hands of Maple here, and happily just give it another crack with the Ghost up against the rifle buy of Catgirls. Taking stock of all the ults here. RDW almost has this tour de force online, and I think that may be what he's going to try to play for here in this round. But Ronsky wants a couple of kills nice and early, jumping straight up mid, but Lou just trying to find the perfect timing to peek, and he'll get that first kill and dismiss away nicely.
Nice to see a quick bounce back from Catgirls. They really don't want to be going down early on in the piece on their own map choice. Confidence levels would take a bit of a hit, especially after dropping map 1. Round not over just yet, though, for RDW as he starts to creep his way toward the B site. Always a tough one. A lot of angles to clear out. And Lou, holding one of those, is going to get the better of him.
Text is so deep already here. Finding themselves this A site for free. Dark covers towards lowers in heaven. And the man may just keep going forward. He's just playing in the smoke for the moment. And with the 2-man disadvantage, it's going to be rough, but they know that they have to play aggressive here, or at least play off one another. Aftershock just trying to dish out some info, try to displace a couple of those enemies, maybe setting up for the retake. There's that first bit of info with the Trailblazer out heaven, and now that Aftershock forcing Texter to play out in the open. Oh, he's going to be able to pop the Leer in time, but it's all down to him, and he's going to be hitting the ground. 5 men alive, and a clean retake coming through for Catgirls.
Very nice retake. Yeah, I mean, someone had to go absolutely massive there for Order, and they weren't even really given the opportunity to do so, were they? Just too much util, too many distractions, and ultimately good piece coming through as well from Catgirls. Just one by one, finding their opponents that they need to. And kind of left Tex to high and dry, right? 1 on 5. What are you really going to do? Probably not a whole lot. So 1 round on the board for Catgirls, but end of the day, Order's not too disappointed. They straight up reinvest back into the round, and they'll give it another crack here. 3 and 1 wouldn't necessarily be a bad result.
You're not damn wrong. And Ronsky again,
let's play.
just arriving with aggression, so he's just going to be pushing forward. And he may have a flash just to bust straight on into the garage here, but there's a trademark in the way, as well as an Autumn. Able just to swing off of that trademark's contact. However, Trailblazer are going to be going through, pinging that one out as well, which is going to be shot instantly, but Autumn still able to trade that info and get himself the kill.
Yeah, looking pretty clean, isn't he? But what is Order going to opt to do here? They just back out. They're not interested in that garage control anymore. And that'll be retaken shortly by Autumn, who's been able to push himself very deep on long, an angle that Order might not be expecting, might not be prepared for. It's only the 1-for-1 though for Lou, so I think as far as Order's concerned, that might be mission successful. It's not going to go too well for RDW though. Wasn't expecting Swirl to be sticking around that long over at C. And he'll lose his life pretty cleanly. Much better here from Catgirls than the previous round.
30 seconds left.
Has spotted out
maybe
Maple's
not.
position here. So he's been timed. Spots that shoulder from Disco, but is he aware it's a second player? Okay, swing coming in from Garage just in time. Maple able to trade him with the guiding light. Knows he's got a timing, but Swirl able to get his sight back just in time to line up that one and keep it relatively clean with 3 life for Catgirls.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 rounds definitely coming together nicely for Catgirls in comparison to the first couple. Granted, the 2 rounds that Order do have are off the back of the pistols, so that comes with it an expectation. Bit of a half-buy coming through from Order here. Nothing really too exciting to take note of. But they're going to give this round a crack, Mac. That's the main takeaway.
They're going to go all in towards the A side of things nice and early. Fault line to force them off the line. Lear as well. There's a couple of extra flashes. They know that there is numbers here, and Texter, he is trying to close this distance early as that Dark Covenant maybe plays, but he doesn't want to pull that out just yet. Swing's coming through on the aftershock.
Oh, no.
Them to swing. That's going to be a 3-for-nothing trade as Autumn's going to be slowed down as well. But the Trailblazer Ronski, he will not let go of that W key if you let him, or if you don't stop him rather, and it's Swell versus 3 of these Autumn members.
And RDW is holding the smoke with the judge. Look at this. I think this is what's termed cyberbullying, unfortunately. Oh, he might not get away with it, though. Swirl could still manage to make something happen here in the 1-on-3. Has found the first time. Starting to get the better of him, though. Needs to pick the pace up, and he's getting forced back by all that util. Stim to go down. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Order just going to continue to back their way into long and give no chances over to Swirl. Flash waiting and ready if necessary. And he's not going to be able to win the round, but maybe could pick up an exit frag or 2. Not going to be the case, and that is a massively successful round for Order. There was a half buy. It was, a couple of Spectres and, a Judge or something like that. A Sheriff here or there maybe, but not a whole lot to play with for Order, and they just make it look clean on that entry into A, and
I need to point out
it falls apart for Catgirls.
I think they only invested that 1 ult from RDW, who managed to get that ult orb online, and it cost him his life. But the other 4, they were close to ults. And even on the eco, now just winning, we got 4 ults online. So Order couldn't be in a better position to try to stabilize this economy and try to break Catgirls.
Get out of my way.
They've got that round advantage too. Autumn close on the line with the off, but might not get the opportunity to use it. Never mind. He is shotgun hopping. Excuse me. I don't know what I'm talking about, man.
I won't tell anyone. It's fine. You could say sniping, quick scopes.
Yeah.
Lots of different words.
Well, that's a bit of a spanner in the works now for Order, actually. Ronski, who was, I say, the standout fragger on the first map for them, out of the picture. Although it did feel in the end a bit more of an effort by committee for Order. First half was very, very much the Ronski show, but by the second half, everyone else had picked things up.
Ooh. Here comes that investment of those ultimates, and the Seek is going to tag up a few too, so things get awkward. But we do see Swirl dropping his ult just to buy that extra time, and look at the rotation from Catgirls. They've sent 4 towards C. Happy to play a retake on A, but Lou's still lurking here at Hell. That Rolling Thunder not going to be able to connect. It's just cleared out all the close angles, but Texter
30 seconds left.
takes his head straight off.
Certainly does. Now they've got control of the side, but Kyoto straight through the smoke. catches Texter, and it doesn't look quite so threatening anymore. Disco has managed to get across. Might have been spotted there by Autumn. A shot certainly did ring out, so you'd make the educated guess that his position is now known. Maple's going to have to do something fancy to get him out of trouble. Time still ticking away, but slowly at the moment. Catgirls are feeling confident. They do line up though. Disco! He almost made it happen. Plix jumping off the high ground to take that trade, but boy, oh boy. You saw it coming, didn't you, Mac? They all just swing together.
That was a clip in the making.
Yep.
Certainly started to, tickle everyone's fancy of those highlight clips you're talking about. But at the same time, it's another round for Catgirls, a very important one, just to try to keep the economy alive, right? They're able to buy up again here, but so are Order. So another one of these swing rounds to potentially assert some dominance. And this time, there's not that many ultimates coming into this one for Order. So we'll see what they're going to go for. Again, it looks like we are going to see that fault line down long, just to try to get long 8 and lobby control.
Not going to go too well for Texter. Not an angle you'd like to peek against Autumn. Ronski will have to give away his positioning as well.
Right there.
And Order starting to find it a little bit difficult here on the attacking side.
Plix investing so much util just to see what the hell's going on over towards 8. A couple of Seekers going in that direction, and then the Trailblazer as well, but he's heard some of those footsteps away. And Lou, again, is just going to be this single member. 4 Catgirls over towards the solo site. It's C this time, and Order. They're going to be slowed down at least by the trademark. Let's see if any damage comes through here. RDW locking down Garage, and it looks like Order in a 4-on-4 are in a very good position to win this one.
What's going to be the response from the Catgirls? RDW in a good spot to cut off these rotations if he gets the timing right. Does not. But at least is able to be traded down. Disco and Maple. Well, it's really just the Maple show right now. In Garage, Disco eventually able to chime in with one. But ultimately, no really even attempt to retake yet from Catgirls. They're just trying to establish control so that they can go for the retake. And in the end, they're not even really able to do so.
Well,
Autumn will have to back his way off.
You could see they were so worried about all those positions other than the actual site. They even put a guiding light outside of B to make sure no one was tucked away in those corners. And then they just couldn't even get back to Garage. The fact that Maple was able to get that second kill fully concussed. We've seen a few of those. When you're concussed, it is quite difficult to get those kills because your fire rate just goes into the bin. You've only got 1 bullet a second or
just hit your shot.
Yeah. Ridiculous. So
got a 1-tap.
Crazy ass coming through. And now that's going to trigger a tactical timeout coming through from Catgirls, who want to discuss what they need to do to make sure this stops happening.
Yeah, it's an important string of rounds now coming up, isn't it? It's their own map choice. They're already down 0-1 in this series. The caveat being, of course, this is not an elimination game. There is still the lower bracket for both of these two teams if they drop things here, but would have come into today with high hopes of being able to cause some damage to Order. And I guess at the moment, we're not really seeing that. Obviously, second map is still pretty early on in its process. 4-3, though, for Order.
Yeah.
A slight advantage.
I think Order's doing a very good job at sort of playing to their strengths, right? The only time they've gone to B is to walk through B to go to C. And if they do end up going to B, they don't have, a huge amount of util because they don't have a Sova or a Fade to try to see any of those smokes that come in on the retake. And knowing that Swell's playing that Brim, that'd just be so difficult to try to, stop those spikes from being diffused. So going towards A and C, definitely their best bet, and then just fighting for control around it.
More of a commitment toward A this time from Order by the looks of things. Ronski just going to dash his way down long and take a lot of control of that area of the map. Maple spotting out Plix is going to make it pretty easy for Ronski to find that frag, and that's the opener, and that's pretty much the site as well, I'd have to say, Mac. Shots coming through from Lou, took a couple to get it done. RDW will go down, but end of the day, Order have achieved what they want, and that's a bomb plant on A.
Texter's going to keep on pushing the point. Man's just waiting for a swing here. Good crosshair placement to lock onto Kyoto. and bring that man advantage back into their favor again. Solid crossfire to deal with the flank. Lou not going to be given any opportunity. Autumn 2, he's going to fall. And that's now going to be that operator retrievable if they want to hand that to RDW into the next. A perfect post-plant setup from Order. And that's going to be the 2-round lead here on the attack.
Yeah, I want to say it's getting a little bit problematic now for Cat Girls. Down 5 and 3. You've just used your timeout. You'd have to think it's starting to get in their heads a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, they've got the money, so they can buy through into this round. There is that. And maybe we'll still see the fruits of the labor come through here. I mean, it's definitely salvageable, but if this blows out any more...
Okay, what we're going to...
Especially with the way the second half went on map 1, I mean, I think Order's definitely in control right now.
Cat Girls about to fight for a long control. You do have this fault line that could be invested into Rolling Thunder, which isn't going to be shot into sewers just yet. So Kyoto's helped out with that one.
Autumn looking to gather some control. Maybe get himself a pick as well. RDW is watching the line though. Feels pretty tense at the moment for Autumn and for RDW. One small mistake is going to make a big difference. Lou's stuck in the corner, but he'll be flashed out. Not spotted, not checked by Texter. Well traded at least by Disco, who is pretty quick on the draw. 1 for 1. That's good enough for Order at the moment, but they'll need more.
Well, that's it. Lou's usually pretty sharp with it. Didn't get even a chance to dismiss away to safety. Had to keep on fighting, and there you go. This position from Autumn finally working wonderfully. RDW not going to be that offline any day of the week. Swirl going to get his head ripped off as Ronsky again opts to take that higher ground and then the 3-on-3. Just trying to fight for this A-con control. It is going to be Plix. Disco again doing huge work. Ronsky, I believe, he spotted Autumn there, and now he's got the line to stop the cross interlink. And crosshair positioned beautifully.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. 6-3. It's not too hot right now if you're Cat Girls, though. Money takes a bit of a beating. Halfway to come through. Sheriff armor there for Lou, and sort of similar coming through for the rest of the lads. You'd have to say it offers up another round pretty easily to Order if they don't fumble it.
Well, have a look at how close Order are to all of these ults yet again. It kind of reminds me of the round when they had just those pistols and still managed to almost walk away with, or I think they did walk away with it. But they're going to do it with the rifles this time. So we'll see if the A-long approach is good. It is so far, and Lou unable to do too much about that one.
Man, it's just great to see Ronsky having a good day like this. Cast the curse if I've ever seen one, as he gets decked by Plix. But I've just found it, it's been looking pretty clean on the entries. You know, every single time you're seeing him walk into a site, there's a pretty damn good chance he's finding a frag. In the end, you know, 1 for 1, not too bad. It splits the control of the map up for the defensive side, and they have to give up C, which means Order will just walk straight in there and say, thank you very much. That's ours. Plant goes down. Sharp shot from RDW. And round's pretty much over. 7-3, likely to be on the cards here. And Order once again just reinforcing their strength. That is a clean 4 frags from RDW. Yeah. He makes it look easy.
He really does. Like it was nothing. Anti-eco, and look, he's just given that much extra confidence just to tear them all apart. So 7 on the attacking side. If they can turn this into a 9-3 half, I am feeling very worried for Cat Girls. So this round, very important just to even swing the tides of momentum.
Yeah, I mean, look, even now, it's an advantageous half for Order. Change in approach once again. Mid-C split maybe coming through from them. Spike certainly trending in that direction. Ronsky looking for the openers, but they weren't really presenting much of an opportunity for a pick.
I've got your trail.
Just keeping it slow, or at least keeping it patient, because things change in very damn quickly. That's what Ronsky's going to be doing, bringing the blaze towards the back of the site. The aftershock able to at least get that trade through. Side control still not there though. Maple going forward, but it's going to be instantly traded by his opposing Sky. RDW straight through garage, parking his position here. Now we got Autumn. He's still got that 2 to force online, but the man needs to hit some crisp ones to get Cat Girls back into the round. And Texter is just going to say no deal this time. There it is, ace on the board. Order again showing some dominance.
Round in the
Well, it's once again that same old problem for Catgirls, isn't it? Order gets into the C side and they lose control of Garage, they lose control of the B connector, and they have to try to, you know, retake the avenues into the bomb site before they can even retake the bomb site. I don't think they've had a proper retake attempt at C at all.
Yeah, it's just rough. It's just getting worse for Catgirls as the game goes on. It seems like Order are just getting more and more confident with every round they put in the bag. And look, they couldn't have too much more confidence with a couple of ults ready. Catgirls at least have 3 online to play with. Lou can pop that Empress and maybe go ham, but he's looking for an aggressive play over towards A long, and Ronsky, he's just looking to take matters into his own hands, updrafting again to the high ground, finding Swell and locking down a whole lot of control at the C site, which will be relinquished off the back of the Seekers, which give them a lot of information, but there's still players here towards A. So Catgirls, they're not going to rotate away, and the defense is still here, Jordan.
Well, frags are still going backward and forward, aren't they? It's not necessarily super advantageous for one team or another till that frag comes through for Plix. Lou in a bit of a spot of bother here. No man's land. Disco didn't bank on the second player being there, though, and Kyoto will bail him out of trouble. So it's on to Ronsky. It's been a good day so far for Ronsky, and he's 12-7 on this map. Has the spike down early. Can play this post plant out as a solo and try to win some duels, but of course not going to be able to do so. Has to turn away from the flash, and Plix will clean it up pretty nicely at the end of the half. A 4th on the board for Catgirls. Is 4 enough though, Mac? That's the big question mark, and to my mind, the answer is no.
It is very difficult map on the defending side, and if we have a look at the compositions we're seeing from Order, I'm thinking we're going to get something similar to what we saw before. They've got 3 different agents that can all be throwing flashes, so they're just going to be contesting for some map control early, but then also doing that thing where they hear all that util used, let Catgirls waste it, and then just throw a couple of flashes in, get those kills again. So that's what I'm expecting, but we'll see if that storyline plays out or not.
Pistol round pretty important. Catgirls need to pick this one up.
Looks like they are showing a lot of presence over towards this mid area here. Potentially, you know, opting for... They plant on the B site already. Their info known, though, with Maple dropping the guiding light and getting all of that info. Lear over the top. Good timing on the fault line to make some space for Maple, who couldn't see a damn thing. But with the Frenzy, this is the gun you want in your hands if you want to try to multi-frag up a Storm. And Catgirls, with that second guiding light, are just going to be backing away and rerouting.
Everyone burning through a lot of util in that exchange. Text up. We'll hold the close angle, waiting for someone to creep around the doors into Garage. Plix not liable to do so. He's carrying the spike himself, and he's quite isolated. RDW going to go looking for a little bit of info if he gets bored. And he might just find some. Text up, doing much the same thing. It's a little bit antsy at the moment, though. One wrong step, one false move, and you're done in a round like this. Not much time left for Catgirls, though. Down to 35 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to start to pick the pace up shortly. And once again, a probe in toward the B site seems to be the avenue of attack.
But there is that trademark in the corner, which can at least give them that info. There it is. Everyone getting slowed down. And Disco goes in with all that damn util. The fault line is good. Had that recharge time to get that second one on. And Ronsky here with the Sheriff able to get single kill. Plix still close and fighting with that Frenzy. They need to get this cutout cleared. Swell going to be able to fight for his life there with the classic and RDW. Versus the world. He's got this Headhunter and an Incendiary in front of him. But he's hoping he can find a line. 3 people alive. 11 in the clip. Classic gets that first shot on and finishes with the Headhunter, but it's Plix to swing and trade. Oh, if that was the old Classic, that was the kill every day of the week.
Well, it wasn't. And 5-8 the scoreline. Important pistol round being picked up by Catgirls gives them an avenue of attack into this second half. At least a silver lining to what was a relatively dark cloud. Heading into this second half, a chance at least for them. Not much of an investment coming through here from Order.
We'll see how they opt to play this one. Looks like it's going to be a Bit of aggression at mid. Oh, Texter already spotted. Going over towards the cutout with that early swing from Lou. So Catgirls just going step by step. Aftershock going to force that shadow step out from Texter back to safety. And now the reroute back towards the garage. Autumn as well. Just dealing with this aggression from 8. And things just really not going as Autumn may have expected. But at least they're trying here with the classics.
A little bit of damage done. Nothing too substantial. Need to find a kill here if you're Order. Time may actually favor them here. Autumn under pressure. Will have to back away. 18 HP. Isolated in spawn as well. And eventually is going to be chased down. So, one cab off the rank. Plix holding the close angle low on HP as well. But does have the backup of Kyoto. So, should be pretty okay. Hot potato maybe being played in mid there from Order.
Yeah, just throwing everything between one another. Giving Maple that frenzy. And both these players, of course, will be looking to die before the end of the round just so they can get a full buy into the next. Texter with this Spectre, he's just looking for exits in one direction. And I think Maple was just trying to draw a lot of attention back towards that A long side of things. So you can see all the Catgirls happy just to play off-site, play over towards lobby. And Order, they're just going to fall here with the spike.
All right, that's your customary 2 rounds off the back of a pistol. But the job gets more difficult now. Order with weapons in hand. Start to see what they can provide for us on this defensive side. A lot of heavy presence over on the C and B side. So not a whole lot going on at A right now. It's just going to be Maple left to his own devices. Eventually, we'll see RDW joining him. Makes it look a little bit more standard.
Whoa, Bronski can't see a thing. I don't know how he survived that long, but he did. Just jumping around the bullets somehow, and the Spectre inaccuracy definitely a factor, but it is a kill for Catgirls nonetheless. Trailblazer going to be invested. Texter couldn't get too much damage there with the wallbang on the Phantom. And mid-control still here for Catgirls, no matter what Order are throwing at them. There's Luke getting that Devour out in time just to heal himself back up. RDW at least able to find some impact towards the A side of things. He'll use the rendezvous to get to safety, and now look to push back into long and maybe even stop this spike from going down.
Yeah, it's not a bad choice, is it? He's cleared out long, now knows where the offensive is going to come from. 2 line up, RDW! That's fantastic. 4K in the round, and he's pretty much won it himself. Order played that one to perfection. Smoke came across from Texter. They had to run through it on A short. He cleared out long, and he knew exactly what he had to do.
Such a solid anchor player, right? Just doing God's work there for Order. It got spicy, it got scary when it was down to that 3-on-3, but RDW not getting traded at all. Just fragging up a storm here on Haven, leading the charge for Order. Now, he's got that tour de force online, and instead of being over towards the A side of things, we're going to see Order shift it, rotate it, and put that sniper rifle over towards C instead. But Catgirls, that's not going to stop them from going straight down the guts again and around. You can smell an eco frag a million miles away.
Oh, that's illegal. He should not be getting away with that. Swirl and Kyoto left on their lonesome.
I just realized that it's not an eco.
It's not an eco. It's not an eco. And that's the worst part of it. He just, I mean, I feel like he gets away with murder a little bit there, but in the end, Catgirls still have something to say, hopefully, in this round. RDW sees one in the garage, calls for the util to come through from his teammates, and the peek there as well from Texter. So that'll pretty much be that for the round. Kyoto's going to need to pull off some magic. They know where he is now. Disco spamming in his direction. Flash up into the sky as well. Will lose his life. Takes the one-on-one.
There's space.
And now maybe Kyoto had a chance, but RDW finishes it off.
You look at the map, and obviously we know the positioning of all of those defenders. They've gone aggressive. They've tried to lock him into garage. So unfortunately, Kyoto chose to go the wrong way. Unknown to him, though. So couldn't get too much more there in the 1v5 he was faced with. but a very solid showing from Order in that previous round. Ronsky in particular, again, that aggression, sometimes you expect it, sometimes you don't, and it looked like Catgirls weren't expecting it. That time, not that they had a chance to think with how quick those headshots were coming through. And now we see Catgirls change their focus over towards the A side of things. Trailblazer is going to get that stun through in time. Ronsky again have to play fire with fire, and these are the ecos we were sniffing out before.
Yep. Ah, you were just one round too early, Mac.
Yeah.
Prophecy. That said, a couple of players still alive here for Catgirls. Maybe still a chance in the round. Going to try and get that bomb plant down, but they're going to have to be wary about it. Lou is doing a good job of clearing the side out.
Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Down to just him, though, playing inside of that smoke now, and unfortunately, he doesn't really have a whole lot of angles to play. He's going to be forced out, and Disco does spot him in the end. So that'll be that 10 up on the board, double digits, and now we're not too far away from an Order 2-0.
Yeah, that's just another one of those, like, pure Valorant rounds, right? Where you get hit with the paranoia, you can't see a thing, then you've just got that circle of the aftershock, again, zoning you into a complete position where you don't want to be playing from. So, you know, Order, you know, playing the game as it's intended. Just throwing a whole bunch of abilities, a whole bunch of utility at their opponents and forcing them to take disadvantageous fights. And unfortunately for Catgirls, they just aren't hitting the shots that we saw them hitting the other day. It seems like Order are just looking like that a little bit cleaner today in this series. So considering a lot of people thought this was going to be a very close one, I feel like this series kind of deserved 3, but at the same time, with Ronsky fragging up like this with RDW, you know, both the newer arrivals here at Order doing the heavy lifting, you know, I'm impressed by what I'm seeing.
I don't know how long you stopped talking, Mac. I had to go and open the door. My Roomba just started. So I didn't want it to get stuck in my room.
Your Roomba?
Roomba. What you know, like the vacuum
what rumors
that drives
going around about you?
Huh? Roomba? Not Roomba, Mac. No one makes rumors about me. I'm a nice guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't want it to get stuck in my room and just keep driving around in circles. You know, it would have like an existential crisis.
I could hear it in the background.
You could? It's driven off now, so.
It's driven off.
I'll be right back. I'm going to close the door.
No worries. Well, I'll start talking about the round. It looks like it could be the beginning of the end for Catgirls if they can't hit these shots. Expecting Ronsky this time, though. Lou got it the ready, but the flash is a good way to follow through. Maple going to be able to find one, but he's still out tucked away at the box, and Lou with the Leer, it's not enough to save him. Maple dropping those Seekers now, getting any extra info. Kyoto dealing with Maple before the Seekers managed to connect upon him, but Texas already so fast up A all the way on the defense.
Man.
I just, aggression. Aggression is all you can say was happening in that round. Order.
I love the brand of Valorant that they bring to this defensive side. Order. It's very similar to what we saw there on Bind. It's like they decide we're going to take control of this area of the map, and no matter how many players you're going to throw at us, we're going to throw more at you. And Catgirls just are not able to win in those all-out brawls. And one round away now. Order. They seem to be just storming through this series. A 2-0 definitely on the cards, and Catgirls, unfortunately, have not lived up to what they would have wanted to today. They'll have another crack at it with the lower bracket. This is not elimination for them, but it's gauntlet being thrown down, I think, from Order.
I've got your trail.
Aftershock also going to be thrown out here for Catgirls, and force Disco into the corner, who's made a little bit of a ruckus. Lou's going to hear that one through and pick up another as well. Plick's going to be doing good work before falling, and Maeve.
Oh no!
Aggression! He's going to pick himself up the lineup. 2 quick ones, and RDW on the back of sight gets his head ripped off by the Tour de Force. You know, it's all down to Autumn to try to save the day here for Catgirls.
Well, he has really been the standout, but I'm not sure this one's going to be on offer. Flash goes through, doesn't manage to survive. Maple picks it up with the customary 3K. He's been really solid today. I think everyone on Order has been really solid today. And that is the 2-0 for Order. It'll push them through to the upper bracket final. Still more work to do, of course, to get through to the grand final. But very solid stuff today from Order. And you have to say, you know, no questions about it. They were the better team in this matchup. They won their own map pretty comfortably, and they won their opponent's map even more comfortably. So
well, that's it, right?
There you go.
There's very convincing scorelines coming through there. And I feel like I'm very impressed by what we saw. I said it just before. From Order, Catgirls, they did contest a whole bunch of rounds, but then there were so many swing rounds where little clutches coming through, you know, 2v2s, which were just going back and forth. And then towards the end of the game, it felt like Order had cracked the code, right? Because there was so many of those rounds where it ended up being just, you know, 2-man advantages, 3-man advantages off the back of knowing Catgirls were just going so aggressive up mid. Order had enough and just started throwing everything towards them, and everything was pretty much, you know, Ronsky and Maple there, especially towards those last couple of rounds.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think for me, the greatest thing about that Order roster, especially on the defensive side, was that there always seemed to be one extra player available. You know, you think the fight's over, and then Maple dives through the window into Garage, finds himself a double. It looks like it's done, but it's never done when it's Order. So let's have a chat with Ronsky, see what he has to say. Obviously, one of the newer members to the team, so it'll be interesting to get your insights on how that game did play out. And one thing that I actually wanted to quiz you on, congratulations, by the way, on continuing through the upper bracket, was... you know, we did get to see an interview earlier on in the comp with Dexter. He was saying you guys don't really like to play bind, but now twice in the playoffs we've seen you pick it. Obviously, once you got to play it, once, you know, was the forfeit win, so no questions there. But what's the thought process really behind that map? Because obviously you pick it up, but it was the tighter of the two maps today.
Yeah, so bind, we just don't like the map. We just think that the way it's made is just poo. But we figured our way. Yeah, we just figured out our own way of playing it. Just launch at them, you know, send it in. Me and JJ are really good at that. Obviously, we have a nice little chemistry, so that's why we're on the duelist, sending it in, and they just support us. The boys just support us.
Okay, now my question's more towards like your role in the team. Of course, you've been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, top fragging, I think almost both games. I think RDW has taken it to you there in the second map. But how is it playing in this structure under Texter? Is it different to what you had before? Because I know you were definitely like the star player in all of your old rosters, but now, you know, you're still in that star player position playing the duelist role, but having all these extra talented individuals around you, is it like a better environment?
100%. Oh my god, it's like a huge weight lifted off my shoulder, you know. Like honestly, like these guys are so individually cracked that I can just rely on them for anything, like for info, for them to frag out, you know, all that. The structure's good. It's taught me a different way of playing the game. Obviously, I'll still do those really aggressive pushes, you could say, or peaks, but the boys are there to back me up. If I make a mistake, we'll go back and look at it and see what we could do better. But yeah, playing with these boys is just a dream come true, honestly.
Yeah, good structure, all things considered. And now another question is, who do you see as your biggest competition here? Because there is a few different teams, sort of names being thrown around. Catgirls was one of them, but you showed you were definitely dominant there today. Bobo's another. Would you say that they would be your biggest competition, or are you sort of thinking Catgirls would be like that second best team?
Honestly, I don't know. Out of Catgirls and Bobo, I think they're probably 50-50. Just, I don't know, they both have... Well, Bobo is more structured team-wise, but Catgirls is individually just nuts as well. So it's hard to compare. Who would you rather verse, you know? Because what if, like, somehow Bobo's just read the way you play, you just get absolutely dominated, or Catgirls just pops off and you can't shoot your shots because they're just killing you before you can. So I wouldn't have a clue.
Beautiful.
All right, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see how things do go as the rest of the bracket does play out. Maybe it'll be Bobo, maybe it'll be Catgirls. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you very much, Ronsky, for the interview, and best of luck in the rest of the comp.
Thank you. Have a good day, boys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, you too, mate. Have a good
You too.
good afternoon. Nice and early finish there for our Order. So I think the sun.
It was.
Oh no, I think is Ronsky. I think he's in Tassie.
I thought he was a Tassie boy. Yeah, I thought he was
so
a
it's probably
Tassie
dark
boy.
down there.
Maybe. I don't know how the world works. This is not a geography podcast, Mac.
right
This
here.
is a Valorant cast. Yeah, you're in, where are you? Like Vanuatu, Hawaii, something like that. Anyway, besides the point, look, the news coming through, of course, is we have finished our first series pretty damn quickly. So we're going to have to take a bit of an extended break here. 5:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. That's in about 20 minutes or so is when we'll be back for game number 2. So we're going to take a short break, short-ish, long enough for you to sort yourself out some dinner. Perfect time to do so. And we'll catch you on the other side.
Had some trouble. Countdown initiated.
Cypher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Aeon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
I've seen your darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is the red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from? How is it on? Who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body. Move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, but they gonna take that. Too much I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
É por isso que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai? Vamos lá. Oxe. Bebe, hoje só amanhã. É hora do reggae.
Porque tua rua fé. Eu vou mandando a fé pela cidade. Bonita, o toque do axé. E a força do divino, ninguém explica. Ela é bonita. Porque tua rua fé. Eu vou mandando a fé pela cidade. Bonita, o toque do axé. E a força do divino. Verdadeiro amor.
Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radianite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radianite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified Radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up.
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes?
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radionite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
We're dumped! Not enough power!
It needs to be superheated.
Get that here.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Sign secure. We're coming home.
That the big man. Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it!
Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our radiant at for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
Let's dance. Yeah. Say hello to MaxBot. The perfect blend of tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, pretty boy.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Machine double off the shoulder. Monster. Teacher on the trouble. Nobody got medicine. No, I'm not a cure. So I'll keep
Well, this is embarrassing.
I'm stuck with these voices. They're all in my head. All in my nothing's gonna free me from my imagination. It's gonna liberate me from my sense of broken.
Oh, he makes me so proud.
It makes me so rich. Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. That's really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a coat. My turn. Team Forge, baby! What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up!
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh, you're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster. You know I'm programmed to kill you, right? Call another good one.
Going to be two effects from Nice Axe. Goes up. Precious can't land the shot now again. Quick double from Precious.
This cam over the top has a nice line. There's the ping. See you later, sicko. And another as well, Cloxy.
Texter, another frag to be found. Cream is in such an awkward spot, but he's going to light up the collateral.
That's a tang coming through from, I think, a camera.
Oh, what is this?
G'day, welcome back. It's VOT Stage 2. We finished one game for the night, and we've got one more to go. Max having a good time. I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
Hopefully you guys at home are looking forward to this second match as well. Before we do that, I mean, quick recap. Obviously, Order picked up the 2-0 there against Cat Girls, Cute Girls, whatever you want to call them. It felt like a pretty comfortable victory in the end, didn't it, Mac?
Yeah, it really was. I feel like Order, they even said it themselves, like Ronsky in that interview saying that Cat Girls could be that sort of second team in the region at the moment, but it just depends on how they're feeling on the day. You know, they can kill you before you get a chance to kill them because they are just all so damn sharp. And we saw a bit of that on Bind, but I feel like on Haven, that's where they sort of dropped off a little bit. So maybe the mental was booming. Maybe Order were just like figuring them out completely. Either way, Order today looked that little bit better to make it a convincing win. And now the second series, I feel like could be way closer than what we saw in that first one.
All right, well, let's get into the meat and potatoes of it then and have a bit of a chat about our two teams. Bobo and Rain going to be going head-to-head here. We'll start off with Bobo, and obviously a lot of well-known names on this roster. Been putting together some pretty decent results as well. They did manage to top their group in Group B, the 3-0 result coming out for them there. And You know, a 2-1 against Mind Freak earlier on in the bracket. They sort of suffered a loss on Haven, but apart from that, it seemed to be relatively well done from Bobo. What have you been feeling, you know, with this team being put together and, you know, since their inception, how they've been going?
Well, this is the fun team, right? This is the team that has a couple of the individuals that did go overseas and represent our region with Bonkers. I think Noz was actually the stand-in. He was the sub, but now he's sort of one of the mainstay core parts of this roster. But the thing about this team, their compositions are experimental. They're trying to push boundaries. They're just trying to do different things. And that's what's so interesting to watch.
Okay, it's going to be a fun game then, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes up against Rain, who are their opponents for tonight. So, Rain, you know, definitely sort of much in that same category. We're wanting to see what we're going to get from them. Had a bit of a more difficult time in Group B. Didn't quite get as much done. But they did manage to beat Bonkers in the first stage of the playoffs, which is, I think, a pretty impressive result considering.
Yeah, they've got a lot of talent on this team, right? And I was having a chat with Panic before. He said that they have been practicing, they've been getting ready, and they are taking this one seriously. So, you know, this game today is going to be a very good test of where they are at as a team. Because Bobo, look, throwing all these crazy strats at you, throwing all these experimental compositions, you're going to have to be on your A game to try to figure out what's going on and then adapt.
Indeed. All right. Well, let's talk head-to-heads as well, Mac. We always like to talk about the specific players, the important players in any given matchup. Today, we've got Scrawl and Maichu, so have a look at those two and see how they shape up.
Yeah, some pretty similar stats for both of these individuals. Both doing a lot of the heavy lifting when they need to. Maichu, more so in particular, has been really, really impressing me when I've been watching these Rain games. But they're both those Sova players. They're both those initiator players and picking up the fade now that is enabled in playoffs. So I wonder if we're going to see more of that or if they're just going to stick to the tried and true Sovas because, you know, the Hunter's Fury as opposed to the Nightfall or the Nighttime or the Night, whatever the hell it's called, that ultimate for fade.
The go to bed.
We're actually in there. I feel like Hunter's Fury just seems to have more impact.
Yeah, I think that's what they call a haircut as well sometimes. Anyway, besides the point, let's talk vetoes, Mac. Maybe the maps will give us an indication of whether or not we're going to see Agent X or Y. Haven comes through once again, Bind as well. So we're going to see those two maps on rotation today by the looks of things. A little bit of a swap in terms of the order, but Haven, Bind, and Icebox to close things out. Any thoughts on these maps?
I'd say it's the El Clasico, except we don't get, you know, that Descent in there. So not going to be seeing too much of the stock standard Descent today. However, we do have these back-to-back Havens. So we'll see how these teams play differently to what we saw from that first match of the day. Rain, of course, is their pick, so they'll probably be starting on that attacking side. I guess we'll see once we're in the server. Bind, of course, going to be an interesting one. We do know that Bobo in particular have some crazy strats here involving the Neon, probably involving the Fade now. They're just trying to incorporate some nuts strategies. And then Icebox, that's always going to be an interesting one, especially with the two highlighted players we saw before. That Sova is going to be very, very important over there. So we'll see how this one plays out. It's interesting, right? Because both these teams sort of play with the Sova, with the Fade, whereas when we're looking at the two teams that played before, Order and Catgirls, they pretty much didn't use that style of initiator with, you know, like the pulses just for info gaining. They were more so leaning on like the flashbang players.
Well, one thing I think we should touch on here as well is this is the exact same map pool that we saw between these two teams in the group stage. It went Haven, Bind, Icebox in that exact order. And obviously that went 2-1 in the favor of Bobo, though it was reasonably close on the first map. That was the one that Rain picked up. So 13-11 on Haven, you know, that being your own map choice, that being the only map that you won in the series. I don't know that fills you with a huge amount of confidence, right? You've basically taken it down to the wire. You've only just gotten it on the over the line. And then the subsequent two maps have been, I'd say, relatively one-sided for Bobo, 13-4 and 13-8 respectively on Bind and Icebox. So, you know, you look at that and say, well, if Bobo can find a way to, you know, maybe eke out a couple more rounds on Haven, there is a possibility of a 2-0 coming through just based on the previous results. Obviously, arguments to be said that Rain can learn a lot, blah, blah, blah. You know, they lose and they can look back at that and say what went wrong on Bind and Icebox. But, I mean, a 13-4 on Bind, like how much can you really look at there?
Well, what I want to figure out going into Haven is if we're going to see the same composition from Bobo that they played against Mind Freak the other day, where they copped a pretty big L, 13-6 for Mind Freak. So they brought that Neon in, KO, and a little bit of that Fade. So a complete change up in terms of that agent composition to what we're used to from the previous couple of iterations, which were throughout a couple of other leagues. So I guess, we'll find out very, very shortly exactly what we are going to be seeing, but I'm not going to be surprised if we have KO on both sides.
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting. Wait and see as we do jump into the agent select and get a bit of an insight as to what we will indeed get locked in.
All right, looking over here, Dragon instantly on that Neon. So we're going to have a couple of new abilities to what we saw in the previous series. Fade being hovered there by Scrawl, as well as Maishu, going for that instead of the Sovas. So we'll see if that one works out as intended. And it looks like we are going to potentially see these KOs come through too. Raised for Punda. That means we're in for an exciting one. Jordan, if you haven't watched Punda play this bloody agent before, well, you're in for a fun one, especially now that we know it's Haven.
I think we're in for a fun game regardless, Mac. Obviously, expecting things to be pretty close based on that group stage result, and almost every single game we've actually seen so far in stage 2 has been, looking like it's been going towards that 3 mapper, especially in the playoffs. I mean, the order games notwithstanding, I think that's a bit of a different beast, but for the most part, it seems like almost everything else is fairly evenly matched.
Okay.
So hoping to get something pretty close.
Maishu opting to go for that Sova instead of the Fade. Scrawl still hovering that Fade, so I'm not going to be surprised if that one just gets locked in the final second. But I'm having a look at everything, and even Panic playing this Cypher, that's something you used to see a lot of, but now more so, those chambers are sort of picked. And I feel like an agent that must just be completely weak in the meta or almost non-existent at all is just Killjoy, because we only ever see it on Ascent. It feels like it's non-existent on so many of these other maps, especially with the dominance of the Sovas, dominance of the bloody Razors being brought in. It's crazy how the meta's evolving, but I just think, look, both of these agent comps, they are so different that this first half especially is going to be an extremely interesting affair because they got to deal with this Neon, and I want to figure out how they do that.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up coming through on the Bobo side from the last time they played on this map, which, it is interesting to sort of consider given that they lost it in a fairly close fashion. And I think when you lose a game in a fashion where, you're maybe down a couple of rounds, it could just literally be, you've lost one swing round. You've lost one really important round, and that's kind of thrown the momentum out the wazoo or the economy or something like that. And there are little things that you say might have made a big difference in a 13-11 result. So I think Bobo can learn a lot from that last loss, and perhaps they have done so as they've changed things up, and we'll see what they're going to be able to bring to the table here. Looks like it might head towards the A side of the map initially, although Spike's sitting over toward B. So see what Dragon can do as he tries to speed his way into Sewer.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, Man's on the come up, a very talented individual. And look, they've made that early noise just trying to draw out rotations, trying to play a bit of a silly game. But it's not going to work out. And as you can see, Rain, they are set up for this C-site retake. Just really interested in trying to get some damage in on towards these Garage players. Looks like that's not going to happen. And then Dragon as well, just with the extra walls, with the sprint. He's going to go all the way back to site, but back to the grave he goes as well. Punda taking his head off with the classic.
Decent enough start, though, for Bobo as they do manage to get into the C-site and plant that bomb and now get themselves into the post-plant. Unfortunately, they're starting to lose players here and there. Scroll goes down as well, so now it's a 3-on-5 to defend with. Noz chimes in with 1 or 2 ticks there as well. Signed a double. Noz the same, and that is over in the blink of an eye. It's gone from a 3 versus 5 post plant where you think Bobo might be up the creek without a paddle to a flash of brilliance, and that's the round done and dusted.
Yep, double kills coming through for Noz, coming through for Signed means they're going to get nice and close. Well, I wouldn't say close to their ultimates, but a couple of ult points worked up nice and early. Maishu thought he was looking good when he managed to, slow things down with that shock dart. Recon Bolt actually hit the wall, not towards the back of sight, but the one that was right in front of him. So maybe that could have been the difference maker there. But aim-wise, Bobo taking that cake. And now we are just going to see them going forward. I'm liking this suppression as well, just to slow down Neon, stops him from utilizing that sprint, and it also allows this push to start to come through straight from mid now.
Oh, they're expecting it though. Bobo, they've got 2 players stacked in this direction, ready and awaiting. Dix and Scrawl will make short work of it, and Signed is going to town with that Marshall into the A-bomb site. End of the day, a nice attempt from Bobo. or rather from Rain, but Bobo really had that one on lock.
We'll see what happens here in the third. Bobo, the perfect anti-eco means that they're going to have a very solid bonus round with absolutely no reinvestment necessary. And it's all going to come down to how Rain hit their shots here, because they're, of course, going to have all of these rifles online. Panic down to the half armor just to afford some extra util there as the Cypher. Of course, that Cypher util still pretty expensive in this day and age. Maybe that's why we don't see too much of it. And my shoe as well, similarly, down to that half armor.
Find you. There.
Well, not quite as fast of a play this time coming through from Bobo. Shot does not connect on the flick, but in the end, you're going to see the frag come through from Dragon regardless.
Very solid opening to the bonus round for Bobo. And slowly but surely doubling the whole way back. Skrull just using the Prowler to clear out all the close angles there. And it looks like we are just going to follow this flash all the way back down a long. Dragon, happy to be this entry player on the Neon. Fast lane used just to try to get up onto site, not have to deal with any of those corners. And of course, just waiting for those flashes to pop before going too far forward. Now, it's all down to Rain, and what they want to do here on the retake. Okay, Paint Shells gets a kill, which is pretty solid. And oh, that's Sam as well, going to be working wonderfully off the back of the recon bolt. Looking good now. Exus, he's just going to be flashing his way forward. Dragon, oh no, balcony, the slow. It's good. It's enough to keep Dragon in it, and he's not going to win it. My shoe. Successful retake. Ooh. That recon bolt working wonderfully, and Rain from a man disadvantage. They will win the round. But Bobo, they've pretty much already won the next round. Have a look at how much financial damage they've done here.
Very, very expensive round for Rain. One player left alive at the end of it. Full reinvestment's going to have to come through, and you know, you're going to have to see that cheaper buy coming out from Rain. Already a Spectre in one of the hands, and maybe a couple of extras to follow.
There.
It's not ideal, of course. Bobo were very close to winning that round, and I gotta say, at the moment, it sort of does feel like Bobo is controlling the tempo.
Yeah. Now, mid-control seems to be the key here for Bobo. Going very early indeed, and Punda with the Guardian finds one through the wall. Didn't even need to spot Noz there. Now, Recon Bolt going to get that one pulse off. Dragon dancing around the bullets, and Maishu comes out relatively untouched too. Boombot. For a little bit of info, but Tix holding the tight line in through the doors is enough to crack open another kill. Bring it back to this 4-on-4.
And that's good enough for Bobo. Attacking his side. Look at how much it splits up the map. The defense very, very spread. Only one player over toward A, none on B. Push is starting to come back across from Maishu as he'll work his way toward A. Doesn't make it look so undefended anymore, and you're going to see a little bit of a search for information coming through here from Rain. It's kind of what you need to do in this situation. They don't really have any info. They don't know what's going on. They've only got 4 players. They can't hold all the sites. They need something to go their way, and they might just get it. It's Maishu and Exus to find themselves a killer piece, and the bomb site is held.
That Prowler has gone all the way around Exus and hasn't spotted him. So he just wasn't in that sort of frontal range of it. Tucked away in the corner, and that allowed him to get that free kill onto the fade. So, Bobo going to be kicking themselves that piece of util didn't work as intended, and now that knife suppresses with 11 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Signed. Well, saving seems to be the only real option here. Keep these guns alive for the next, because you're not getting onto site today.
No, certainly not. 4 players stacked there now. A bomb site well and truly held. And another victory comes through for Rain. So a decent start for Bobo, but Rain are pulling it back a little. What's the money looking like? Bobo have got enough to play with. Yeah, put together this sort of weird half bite. Sheriff coming out for Scrawl, half armors for a couple of the lads. But it's definitely serviceable enough to find a win.
I can't believe that Prowler didn't spot Exus in the corner. That was literally the point of the round where it swung back into Rain's favor. It was anyone's game until that point. And again, this knife has been so crucial at suppressing Dragon to slow him down. But the Hunter's Fury connecting for one and hunting for him on that second attempt. Not able to connect. So Dragon gets away with murder there.
Swings the round a little more in the favor of Bobo.
Off your feet!
And off we go straight into that C bomb site. It's not looking like a fun place to be if you're on the defensive side. You tilt everywhere, but no frags. No frags at all coming through from Bobo until Scrawl eventually chimes in with one, and Tix gets another. I'm not sure that's a clean enough of an entry to make you feel confident about winning this round, but a 2-on-2 definitely is still doable.
There's that Nightfall. We are going to see this pressure come through, but at the same time, both these Rain members can't hear a thing because they've been hit by this one, so they're not going to expect the flank coming through, and Scrawl holds it from the front too. So there you go. Flank finds some value eventually, and Bobo, they bring it back, even though it was looking like Rain definitely could have picked up that one.
Yeah, great flank from Tix as well. Obviously, Scrawl finding that frag in the 2-on-1 essentially wins the round because Tix is going to come through and get that that last player in the back one way or another. The only way that really that one goes the way of Rain is if they just clean up Scrawl so quickly, and then Tix is a bit late on the flank, but not the case, and so Bobo do eke out a victory. But I mean, that's really what it feels like in the end, isn't it? It was a victory that was eked out. It wasn't a super commanding win on that side of the bomb site, but a win to win, you'll take it at this point. 3-2, scoreline still relatively even, and Money still playing tricks on either team as well.
Well, two of the force rather, utilized here for Bobo just to try to crack something open. It's actually not used just yet. Sign's still just playing with that operator, my bad. And the A site defense, not going to go too aggressive for Rain. They're just tucked away. Waiting for something to happen, waiting for Bobo to make this first move. And if you have a look at the middle of the map there hasn't been too much used to try to lock it down. So Rain seem to be happy to play for retake over to this side of things. And this is exactly where Bobo have decided to go.
Oh. Dragon just sending it, but not going to be able to win the duel this time. Boombot's going to come out as well for the retake attempt, but timing not looking too good there for Tix at all. He got my shoe, but Panic chased him down. Now it's an all-out brawl to try to hold on to the B bomb site. Punda up on height, going to drop on down. Catches Nas in the back, and Signed is left to his own devices. Maybe still winnable, spamming through that smoke. Can't land the shot on the defuser. Will be spotted out in the end, and we go back and forth once again, with Rain picking this up and heading back to the 3-3 scoreline. So, equalized once again.
Yeah, not bad at all there from Rain on the retake. I was a little bit worried, especially when we did see Dragon with the finger blasters online, but they just couldn't get it working. Dragon.
What's up with Punda's headset? He's got like an antenna. It's like he's to put his mic backwards.
Well,
you'll have to look when you see it.
I'll have a look next time, yeah. I did see someone the other day. I can't remember who it was. Duddy Boy, I think, was having a similar thing where his microphone just out in bloody La La Land.
He's got he's looking for radar signals or something, I think.
Oh, trying to get that IRL advantage.
Little bit of a save coming through for Bobo in this round, although they have bought into some armors and some sheriffs, and so they have a little bit to play with.
Here's that tour de force. Sign just trying to get any value out of this ultimate. If he can manage to crack something open here, work up a man advantage, and rendezvous away safely, then it's looking like it could be their best sort of bet to get into one of these sites.
Yeah, just need to find that one opener, and from there, things tend to waterfall a little bit. You know, the pistols can get in, maybe pick up a gun.
There's a good amount of info coming through from the drone there. Maishu, recon bolt at the ready, and just waiting for this bust through into garage, hoping the pulse goes off, but no. He will at least get the info, and Snow just trying to get right out of dodge now. Dragon trying to get those concussions through, going back in with the Prowler, and he spotted the trap wire, so not going to fall into the trap, and we do see this end up in a 5-on-5 for the retake.
Nades are looking good. Not quite going to go deep enough. Plant does go down. And Rain, they have to deal with a full 5-on-5 retake, which no longer is going to benefit them as such. 4 players left alive. Panic jumps into garage, gets the info, looks for it. And unfortunately for Bobo, it starts to fall apart a little bit. Numbers now working against them. Scrawl fighting hard, but he's going to have to do it solo. 1-on-2 now remains. Sheriff out. It's not enough.
And there you have it.
And Rain, hold on.
Panic getting good value out of that neural theft as well, just figuring exactly where all those post-plant positions were. And once they knew no one was tucked away down towards C-Long, they were happy just to group up, wrap in on the back of sight, and trade it out for another W for the round. And it did cost them a little, considering a couple of those sharp Sheriff shots were just clocked straight onto heads. It still was a round nonetheless. And every round on this defensive side is a big, big victory for Rain.
Let's have some fun.
Not the end of the road just yet. You're getting the sense that this is going to be a real back and forth game. So stop, the punter's gone deep. He didn't even hit the rocket, but he's hit the shots. A triple. Madness. And it works out.
That's what I was referring to when I said I'm a big fan of Punda on this race.
God. I don't know if that was exactly how he dreamed it was going to go, but you'll take it.
The fact the showstopper didn't even get that much done is pretty crazy.
No, it did nothing. Oh, well. That's a round that's pretty much wrapped up, I'd say. Bobo down to their last player, and 5-3, the scoreline probably to favor Rain. Starts to build out a little bit. Nade's not quite going to finish signed off.
Doesn't seem like anyone heard that nade. Tagging him. Either way, Punda going to be able to finish that one with the 4K. A big round. And I have received info that him and Snow are sort of calling this one together. So when Punda wants to go on big plays like that, I'm sure he's just saying to Snow, hey, let's just set this one up. Tix, give me that paranoia, baby. And that's exactly what we got. I don't know if it was the paranoia. Or no, it had to be.
There was something in
there.
Yeah, there was something in there blinding a couple of players.
In my head, I was like, wait, it could have been the fade, but they don't have a fade on Rain. It's over on Bobo. So only potential thing to work there. It just was placed so well. Didn't hit him as he went through the doors. Those blast packs were beautifully placed. And that's pure movement here in Valorant. One of the only... I feel like there's not too many abilities remaining that allow you to have that crazy control with your movement. But Raze still sort of has that skill ceiling going for her.
I guess it kind of depends on what type of game you want to have, right? Do you want it to be skill checked by movement or aim or positioning or whatever, ability usage, etc. So maybe they're sort of moving away from that a little bit. But I personally like it. I think that's a great form of skill expression and a very exciting one to watch as well.
Raise that skill ceiling, baby.
I mean, I don't want to say like, oh, anyone can have great aim, but it's almost like the standard nowadays. You kind of have to have good aim to be in this kind of position, but not everyone has good movement. That's going to be the next thing. That's like, you know, a standard, right? Well, at some point.
Yeah.
When the skill ceiling just continues to build for esports, as it does tend to do.
Well, have a look at this one. They saw that paranoia coming through, and they know that Punda's not far behind that damn ability, so they're all here, grouped up, hoping to find any extra info, and it's just going to be that battle through the dark cover. But no one falls just yet.
Ooh. Bit of a tap-tap, thank you very much. A little bit of damage done on both sides, but nothing too substantial to write home about. Dragon, once again, is going to try and go fast into Garage.
Camera taken out.
Has been spotted out by Panic with the Cypher cam.
And everyone just sneaking all the way back towards that A side. We're going to hit it again. Get some more control at some point here. But all these footsteps going to be heard by the aggressive positioning from Exus, who doesn't have enough to play around, but he will have the fragment just to isolate and reroute all of these Bobo members back down A-long.
Can't use it.
Dragons looking for those entries, but they're going to go the way of Noz instead. Exus caught in the back by Scrawl, who was lurking sewer. All of a sudden, again, we've got a situation now where Rain have to dig themselves out of trouble. Panic can't land any shots. Plant hasn't even gone down, Mac, but with 10 seconds left, they'll be able to get that one on the floor. Maishu is Solo. And that's not gone very well for Rain. Just when they are looking like they're going to take full control of the half and really start to stretch the lead and build up the money and kind of grind Bobo into the dust. A round like that gets pulled out, and Bobo's back into the swing of things. They just need to make sure they don't drop this one to Maishu. He's got 3. Could have been awkward.
You saw the world where that one worked.
Saw it. I was getting ready for it.
Maishu, cerebral gamer, reading all those positions perfectly, hearing all the little tells, and just trying to figure out where they'd stand given that position. Good use of that recon bolt as well. I thought he'd go with that one first, but he didn't want to reveal his location and have someone up on his line. Hid from the haunt and went in off a nice timing. But of course, like, you got to say, Bobo played that one perfectly. The flood out a long, and then all those initial entries just shut it down completely and brought their way back into the half. Now there's a chance for them to bring this into a 7-4 affair, but that's not a good way to start this 10th round.
Not ideal. Not ideal. Just, you kind of get the feeling that Bobo, they have some ideas, they have some tricks on this map, but do they have the tenacity to stay in this first half without letting Rain run away with it? I do sort of get the feeling that Rain's having a bit of an easier time of it at the moment. So I guess I got to give some credit to Bobo for keeping it close, but it just continues to feel like we're on the teetering point of Rain running away with this half. Hasn't happened yet though, Mac.
No. Let's see. Just rolling Thunder. Going to be dodged by Dragon and used to create as much space as possible. Flash towards the backer side just creates so much damn space, but Maishu connecting there with the Hunter's Fury is going to slow the bot plant down that little bit longer. Scroll able to have some impact back into the round and bring it to the 2-on-4 and give Bobo a fighting chance, but they're going to need a little bit more than fighting here with Scroll in a 1-on-4. Man can't do a damn thing. Numbers too strong for Rain, and it's a very, very successful retake to turn it to a 6-4 affair.
Well, what's going to be plan B for Rain? Or rather, I guess for Bobo, really, because Rain doesn't need to change too much up, do they? They're having enough success. But Bobo, down 6-4, money in a bit of a weird spot. We'll be able to buy a couple of ultimates available on the attacking side as well. I mean, even Dragon getting quite close by could be put to use in this round, but at the moment, it just kind of feels like Rain are on top, 6-4. And Bobo needs to salvage a little bit more out of this half, I think. Get at least a 5. Give yourself something to play with in the second. Because we know this is a map they can make close. They've kind of been proving that so far in the first half.
Right here. Maishu. Right here. As the Odin cranking. Looking to wallbang up a Storm. Just be that damn nuisance and get, well, essentially untraded damage in through as many of these walls as possible. Dragon falling eventually. Look, blink and you'll miss it.
Deploying drone.
Yeah. Just going to go looking for some more info. And I mean, you know, the worst case scenario really for Bobo there, because that wasn't even a low HP player. You've now got 3 players plus Noz who's hanging on by a thread.
And look, let's take stock of
and 5.
What Bobo do have. That Nightfall. They've got that
Dropped.
Omen ult as well. And look, they're not going to have signs to have any extra impact. Okay, that one's going to go all the way and barely miss Heaven. Punda still here ready to fight with the 2-man advantage. Rain in a solid position. These flashes going to be dodged because there's too much dark cover in the way. Paint shells do a good one just to slow down that plant, get some extra damage and allow Punda just to smash his way out of Heaven. He was the ultimate distraction as Maishu and Panic came in to trade. There's the 7th. And Rain, they are tearing it up here in the first half.
Yeah, a little bit invested in that one by Bobo as well. Fade ultimate coming out, not really going to give them too much. It's starting to get a bit concerning. 8-4, it's a hard scoreline to come back from. You're going to have to throw everything at the wall here for Bobo. So, at the very least, they've got to buy through. They've got a couple of ultis to play with. It's still a very winnable round for them. And 7-5 doesn't look too bad. But 8-4, I start to get a bit worried.
Maishu again. Playing that dangerous game. which is technically not too dangerous for him, but it's more dangerous for where Bobo want to stand. Now he's over towards this C-Link as well. Just spotting the push in the front of the B site, which is where we are going to see Bobo heading. Thunder as well. Just picks up the showstopper, knowing that people could be all the way in CT. Trying to make a hard read, not too sure what's going on there. Big call.
Just to give you some context, Mac, even on the map. 7 rounds on the defense side for Bobo last time they played. So they it kind of feels like they do need to get this 5th.
Yeah.
At the moment, they're doing a good job of that. Tix finding another one in this round, and it's down to just the 3 remainders. Signed on a nice little angle. He's going to catch one in the back. It is a 2-for-1 exchange, but that's still going to keep the numbers favoring Bobo. Positioning in the post plant is looking pretty good as well.
Last player standing.
There you go.
Time is starting to run down, so it's pretty much done and dusted here. Dragon not going to be able to have too much of an impact in the end there. It's Scroll to pick up all the frags, but 5 on the board for Bobo at the end of the half. It'll keep them in with a sniff.
In with a sniff indeed. A solid round. And look, Bobo, I got a little worried for them when they sent it into B with my shoe still there with the Odin in play, but that read with the showstopper, it seems like, you know, there might have been a tell, and Rain knew what Bobo was going to be throwing at him over towards that A-Link, but the read just came that second or so too early. And now into the pistol, looks like we are going to see Rain try to target that A site. All of a sudden, all these dynamics swap again. Now this Cypher going to be much less impactful, or so you'd think, unless we get to those post-plant positions. We'll see just how the KO is going to work, just to try to set Panda up for success.
I don't know if I said 6 or 7 when I was giving you that stat, Mac, but it was actually 6. I think I told you 7. So 6 paints a little bit darker of a picture here for Bobo. I'd love to start off with the pistol, and it's almost great. Sign got 1. Right, a 1-for-1. Nothing to shout, scream and shout about just yet, particularly when it gives the control of the bomb site over to Rain.
Well, we got Scrawl coming in deep on this flank as well. Needs to go past that trap wire, so all of a sudden there's some notice. And Scrawl rotating back across. He's got that haunt to try to set the boys back up for the retake. He's just waiting for all of this Rain util to be used, and there goes that paranoia. They're expecting the push, but there's the fragment in the way. It's just too much util stopping him from going forward, and Exus, he's going to follow up off the back of it. It's looking very good for Rain here. Scrawl able to find 1 trade, but it's not enough, and Rain pick up an 8th hit on the attacking side. A solid start for them on the second half.
They're making it look easy in the pistol, aren't they? And that's going to be another one under their belt. 8, not too far away now from the magic number 13. Looks like it'll be toward the C site that they do send their forces this time. Full investment coming out from them, of course. Not so much can be the same said for Bobo. Just the 1 Sheriff on Scrawl. So really not putting much cash into this round at all. But he's in the right place to use it.
The right place to have some kind of impact. Knife towards the middle of the site means Scrawl's not going to be spotted initially, but that first pulse reveals that he's stuck on the back of sight. Flash forces him into the corner for the moment, and Tix not going to find any investment there. Dragon, the one to find the kill just with the classic. Flash allowing him to have some space to play around, and now will be last alive, and not for damn long. Snow locks it down for a triple on the end eco. But I guess good damage, because now this bonus round becomes that much harder for Rain, only having 3 weapons to do it.
Yeah, much better looking performance right now from Rain. They're in a position to close this map out in really comfortable fashion. Bobo making a bit closer last time around. It was 13-11, but I got to say, this doesn't feel like a 13-11 at the moment. This kind of feels like Rain just running through it. Speed running the map, at least attempting to.
Yeah.
Maishu's having a fantastic game so far.
And Punda already
Punda as well,
up
definitely.
in their faces. Those blast packs allow him just to be so much faster than expected. But is he going to expect Scroll here? It does not seem like a big flash enabling that push forward. You've got Noz the real hero of the round, allowing Scroll to get that happening. Haunts as well.
One enemy remaining.
And everyone just being torn apart by Bobo.
Yeah, a little bit of a change of pace this time for Bobo. They make it look pretty clean and comfortable. Obviously, when Scroll starts with a double like he did, the rest of the lads just have to filter through for the assist, and that's what they do. But a very nice round to win for Bobo. Money was getting very low.
Well, Snow's in the spot to make this round work. Tucked away, not spotted by all that initial util. But even if he does double back towards A, have a look at the numbers here. 3 already tucked away.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, a 1-on-4.
30 seconds left.
And he doesn't exactly feel too confident about this, I'd say. 25 seconds left. He's only got a Spectre to play with as well, so not the ideal weaponry. And it'll be finished off by Bobo. Bit of extra damage would have been really nice. End of the day, though, not going to be the case. Looks like we'll have a short pause here, Mac. Some tech issues for the players.
Oh, no. Not tech issues. I wonder if it's human tech issues or computer tech issues or what's going on.
I believe it is something to do with the PC.
Beautiful. We should be back up and running. Well, depending on what PC's got. Pretty quick. Now, look, 9-6. I'm still feeling like Rain are in with a very good shot here.
There's Punda's headset. What's that?
Oh, yeah, he's got it.
That's his microphone. That has to be the microphone.
He's pushed it backwards.
He's pushed it back because he's using an external microphone. So he's just basically turned it into, I don't know, an antenna or something.
I guess
he's trying to pick up on the signals.
I don't know which, I don't even know what headset that was, but maybe he's broken it. Maybe it's just, you know, pointing off into La La Land. Who knows? And then, look, how about Noz's? Do you like his headset?
Yeah.
Very good.
It goes all right.
I also noticed that Noz, I think he chews gum while he plays, because I always thought he was just non-stop talking when his lips are like slightly off camera. But if you have a look there, he's just constantly chewing. So
that's something I know that a lot of sport players do.
Yeah.
Well, at least in cricket. I don't know about other sports, but I know that a lot of them chew gum. You know, something sometimes to help with the nerves, obviously. You get a dry mouth. That's not ideal.
Yeah.
If you have to keep drinking, then, you know, you got to keep going to the toilet.
I have heard it's a thing that a few like league pros do. So, not uncommon. But let's see what Rain have for us here. Looking to trade it back for a round and crack into those double digits. B site seems to be the call to order, but there's a trademark to slow him down on this entrance.
One plank goes down, relatively unhindered. You'd count that as a win for Rain. How are they going to play the post plant out, though? They've really only got control of mid, so it's going to be a two-pronged, maybe three-pronged or four-pronged retake attempt. There are players from Bobo all over the place, but they need to win some of these individual duels, and luckily Dragon has been able to do that. A big win for him. Just traded back on down, though, into the 4-on-4 now as Rain and Bobo, they continue to exchange 1-for-1. Maishu has a triple in the end, though, and it'll be Rain to walk away with a victory. 10-6, a massive round to pick up.
Again, though, economy not in the greatest of ways, so they really want to be starting to string some of these rounds together and as cleanly as possible. Again, Bobo in a very similar situation are going to have a mixed bag. We'll see if Signed is just going to use that 2 to force and drop a Vandal across so Skrull can get the full util going.
That works.
And of course, what we're going to be seeing here on this defense, nothing too crazy, although I say that. Looks like we are looking for some aggression down the long from the A site defenders, and Signed as well. Now they know where that 2 to force is. They can quickly avoid it, although he's TP'd all the way to A-Link. Aussie plant attempt. It's going to be cancelled.
And maybe the call is to go back in towards C this time for Rain. Seems that's been read pretty well by Bobo. They're heading their forces in that direction as well. Tix is fully blind. It's allowed the players out into the site. And 2-3 quick entries. Make that a fourth. The round's almost over. Dragon is going to try and salvage. He's got the Vandal in hand, but he can't do much with it. And that's an 11th for Rain.
Was that a smoke? Was it a kill animation? I don't know what the hell was on our screen, but fortunately there was the pulse that they could see through. That was something. Anyway, they won the round. Rain, great job. 11-6. Now just need 2 more rounds to carry us across into map 2, which is going to be Bind. But of course, we're not there yet. And Bobo having a quick discussion on what they want to do to try to get back into this map. Jordan, what would you do in this position as a Valorant aficionado?
As a Valorant expert, I'd just slap the boys on the back of the chair, say, take a look in the mirror, lads. And say...
And then what?
Are you poggers or are you cringe?
No, you say, that's a champion. And then you go,
What's that's champion?
That's a champion. In the reflection.
No, you have to decide for yourself if you're going to be poggers or cringe.
Don't ever say cringe.
Why not?
No, I've got word from Snow in the server. Okay. Snow wanted Maishu to get a shout out because he keeps lagging out, but he's still fragging up in the server. So there you go, Snow, just for you. And for anyone watching that doesn't know who Snow is, he is JTXUE, but there is no way to pronounce that in the English language. So we refer to him as his old name, which is Snow.
Noz just hit him with a didn't ask plus ratio, so...
That's true, yeah.
I'll take that too.
Well, Punda.
That's a vibe. Punda. Ooh. He's trying to make something happen, but there's no one on C defending at all, so he doesn't have to really do too much. It is a low buy, really, coming through from the defensive side. Just some sheriffs, some half armors, but Rain are getting their way into that site. Punda on his own, he needs some help. Anyone do something. And nothing ends up happening, and all of a sudden, looks pretty bad here for Rain. Tix had a chance there for a second, couldn't land it.
Man's too fast. No one can keep up with him, but he will survive for now within an inch of his life. Dragon in a very solid position to gather information, as well as maybe just dodge this drone. Oh no, it's gone high enough for Dragon to have to invest the fast lane back to safety. But he will survive. So still in this 4-on-4 position. Rain going back to C, and that's where the numbers are for Bobo as well.
They're starting to shift off of it though. They're exploring into the B side a little more so. It's kind of just Noz now that is holding on to this C side of the map, though with the exploration happening in mid. A lot of info being given over to the defensive side, and they're going to be well aware now, after hearing all that util get tossed in onto C, as to where that game is going to be played. Final go down. Pretty unhindered in the end. 4-on-4. Good old-fashioned retake time.
Open plant. You've got that Hunter's Fury in order as well, so... Rain, let's just protect the president, protect Maishu. And Dragon, he's made a world of noise just trying to draw that attention out towards that flank. And everyone's just sitting here on site. But what are Bobo able to do other than just hold here, try to get a couple of kills? There goes Punda. Now the numbers are strong, and that Hunter's Fury going to be baited out nice and early. Flashing himself onto the line. X's able to find 2 to answer. And that's going to be the numbers advantage. And 2 more found from Snow. Means that's a 12th locked down for Rain on their map pick. And take us to map point.
Well, you can see exactly why they played it that way, didn't you? Hunter's Fury just makes it pretty easy to make that decision for players down the bottom along, and you say, well, we'll give you a crack here, Maishu. You've been having a pretty good day so far. 21-7. That is a pretty obscene KD. 12-6, as you say. I mean, this is a much better performance from Rain on their own map pick than the last time these teams played each other on it. And they're starting to shape up quite comfortably. I mean, look, second map in the back pocket. It is going to be favorable for Bobo, but this is the kind of a defeat on a map that becomes a little bit hard to bounce back off of. Noz, lucky to be alive, maybe, does survive.
Punda's gone and done Punda things. Cleared out all of C-Link, uses that showstopper at the last second to get some decent value, not a kill though. And everyone happy just to play off the site, play these post-plant lineups, And now we're going to see if they're just going to trade these bodies to try to stop the spike from being diffused. It's gone past the halfway mark. No, it hasn't. So far, so good in this post-plant for Rain.
Oh, Dragon going to be sent in to try and do some work, but Snow watching it. He gets a double through the stun. It doesn't matter. Scientist here to try and save the day for Bobo, but what is he really going to do out in no man's land, trying to defuse the bomb? 13 is up, and that's going to be that. Rain picking up the victory on map number 1 and doing it in very, very clean fashion.
Yeah, Punda, he's managed to communicate with the higher powers of the world, and he's managed to call a pretty damn good game. 13-6 there. And the man as well did some crazy things. Maishu, though, looking like the MVP of map number 1, 22-8. He just got so many kills off the back of his recon bolts with his bloody shock darts as well, slowing down plants. And just, it seemed like this more normal composition Rain brought into map number 1 seemed to, take the cake in this regard. Dragon, of course, on the Neon, I was expecting some big things, but we didn't really get to see him firing up. So I wonder if we're going to see something different or if we're still going to have this Neon in the comp going back to Bind.
I wonder if we're going to see something different in terms of the series score overall as well. Is it going to go to 3 once again between these two teams, or is it the 2-0 today for Rain? We'll have to find out. We'll take a short break. Bind, as you say, Mac, is coming up next.
Alley-oop.
Egal was so geschieht, schön, dass es dich gibt. Ja, du bleibst, du bleibst, du bleibst. Ja, sonst wär
Found them. Had some trouble.
Denn alles ist smooth, slow, relaxed, perfekt, genau so.
Countdown initiated.
Cipher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Neon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
I've seen your darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is the red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from? How in the phone, who you wanna become?
You there?
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Tell me what I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
G'day, welcome back. This is VOT Stage 2. Man, it is
Heating up.
It is so hard being a Valorant caster. You have to learn ability names and stuff. If you don't say anything, people think you're a noob. You don't know the game.
Yep.
Isn't that right, Mac? But you know everything.
I know everything.
You're good.
I know everything.
You're all
because
good.
it's all at my fingertips. Because I'm a nerd. I press F1.
Okay.
Yep.
All I want to know is who's going to win this series? Is it going to be a reverse sweep? Because I know you were doing a bit of a poll in the chat, and actually no one answered you, so we kind of need to get your opinion.
Yeah.
We don't need to get chat's opinion. No one even actually
No one
answered
did
you. That's
my job
kind of rude.
for me.
I know.
That's so disappointing.
It's trash.
Because I hate doing my own job, you know? And like, even though I'm the one that has to do all the speaking, like everything up here, stolen. I'm a thief. It's pure daylight
I think
robbery.
it
Twitch chat
fell out of your upper lip and it turned into a mustache.
Twitch chat's my knowledge. Now, look, going into bind, I feel like Rain, they can if they just hold like what we saw from them there in that second half, right? Like they just played it slow because they knew Bobo were going to be coming at him, or other way around. In that first half, they knew Bobo were going to be coming at him with some crazy strats with bloody what's the name, Neon, just going in the fast lane, going everywhere. They were just playing back, going, we're just playing for retake. We're just letting you guys waste all your business and then going in a bit later. And I feel like bind, it's a similar sort of map where you can do that, but at the same time, just the rotations being much faster also are going to allow Bobo to be more aggressive when they are on the defensive side. So we'll see how that goes. But of course, I think it's going to be Bobo attacking first. And I'm not going to be surprised if this isn't a reverse sweep, because Bobo don't seem to be hitting their stride today, unless they're just really not a Haven team. So I don't really know what to go off on that one.
Yeah, look, I mean, they've lost it a couple of times now to Rain, so there is that to sort of factor in. The one thing for me that is the silver lining here for Bobo is that going into bind, last time they played it, it was a 13-4 victory for themselves. They had 11 rounds on the attacking side. Rain really didn't get it going on defense at all. So I'm still, you know, sort of waiting to see how, like, maybe the first few rounds of this second map is going to go. I think if Rain comes into this and starts to look competitive on Bind, I could definitely start to see a 2-0 start, coming through in my head. Yeah. But at the moment, I still feel like jury's out just because of that previous result. It's kind of a bit too early to tell, in my opinion. And I've obviously the first time casting Valorant, but I've casted games like this for a very long time, Mac. And, the difference that one map can make is sometimes really surprising, right? You look at that result and you think, well, Rain looked fantastic on that first map. They should just win this series 2-0. But it doesn't, very often actually go that way. Very often it changes based on the map and how teams are comfortable and blah, 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 and all this and that.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look towards both Bobo's and Rain's comps previously played. Last couple of times they've played on Haven, on Bind rather. And I'm not seeing a Sage there. I'm only seeing, this Chamber every single time. The last couple of times this team's played on Bind, and that's been very solid, especially because there's still the double trademarks in the patch that we're playing on. But in terms of Sentinels, last couple of times we have seen Rain play on it. They're still going for the Sage, and all the top teams at the moment, I'm seeing almost none of them whip out the Sage. It seems to be one of the, I wouldn't say the weaker Sentinels, but maybe it's just Panic feels more comfortable on it. I think it's Panic playing it. Let me just double check that one before I eat my words. They played a couple of days ago. I'm just assuming it's Pan. Yeah, it was Pan on the Sage. So I want to see exactly what he's going to be capable of here, because he needs to have a big one. And last time they played this, he was the top fragger. It feels like the rest of the boys didn't get too much going. And Punda played really bad. Punda is 3-16, which is not normal. I feel like Punda's one of the players where he's the more consistent on the roster. You got Maishu as well, who's usually playing pretty good. But when they played, who was it, Bonkers the other day? Bonkers seemed to just shut them down completely. So hopefully we're going to see something different come out from them today, and hopefully they have a better chance than 4 rounds, because I don't want to see a whitewash on Bind. I know that they're capable. We saw exactly what they're capable of on a map like Haven, and I feel like, look, if they're hitting their shots, if they're all fired up after a win like that, then this is a good time for them to actually assert a 2-0 and, shut people up in Twitch chat.
All right. Well, I guess that's a big question that we do have to answer, Mac. We're taking a little while to get into the game, though. So we'll take a short break here. We'll be jumping into Bind on the other side. See you soon.
Que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai? Vamos lá. Binho? Hoje só amanhã. É hora do reggae.
Porque toco a fé. Eu vou andando a pé pela cidade bonita. O toque do axé e a força do divino. Ninguém explica. Ela é bonita. Porque toco a fé. Eu vou andando a pé pela cidade bonita. O toque do axé e a força do divino. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou, verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. Não diga que não me quer, não diga que não quer mais. Eu sou o silêncio da noite, o sol da manhã. E o resumo do tempo, mas tem um ponto final. Eu sou o primeiro que canta, eu sou o carnaval. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu.
Pega eles, Binho.
A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu.
This just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radianite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radianite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up.
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes.
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radianite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your faves.
Come on.
G'day, welcome back. It's VOT, and we're into the upper bracket semi-finals. Man, there's a lot of games still yet to play here in the playoffs, Max. So it does get a bit confusing. But one thing we were talking about just before we went to the break was whether this is going to be a rain win or whether Bobo can bring this back to a map 3. And I was sort of saying, you know, you threw your 2 cents into the chat, asked for anyone to give their opinions. They didn't. But what I will say is the poll is looking pretty Bobo-sided.
Yeah, the poll
at
is.
the moment.
And someone did say, sorry, I missed the question. That someone, of course, was Swirl, and he says it is a reverse sweep angle. So he's still believing in the Bobo boys to bring this one back. Having a look at the agent comps. They are relatively similar to what we saw last time they've played, although I think that might be something different from my shoe. I'm just going to check that one, see if they played Fade on this yet. I don't think they have.
I don't think they did.
No. So
just from what I was looking at.
And Pan's still thinking about going for this Sage. So we'll see what kind of comps are going to be locked in. But at least for Bobo, it's all locked in. Pretty similar to what we saw them play. That was very successful last couple of times they have played bind.
Yeah, my shoe was on the Sky. That's going to go back over to Exus this time. And he was on Chamber last time. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what we're going to get. But for the most part, pretty standard stuff. The Fade, obviously, you know, not at this point, I suppose, given it's still so new, but something that it looks like Bobo do like to try and go toward.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Rain to have a much stronger attacking side this time. Even on the defensive side, when they went up against Bonkers, they only managed to get 4 rounds and then got nothing in that second half. So look, the bar's set pretty low for a better performance here up against Bobo, and I guess we'll see if that is going to happen. As you can see, we are going to have Bobo starting on this defensive side, which means Rain have their chance to get a couple of rounds nice and early on the attacking side, try to get off on the right foot. And have a look at their comp. With the Fade added in, I wonder how this one's going to change up everything.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting, isn't it, I suppose? But the one thing for me is, like, we didn't really get to see Rain playing their attacking side in the group stage when these teams played against each other, because they literally lost the first half 11-2. It was kind of like, well, what are you going to do in that second half? Be good to see them pick up a little bit here on the attacking side and see what they can do then on the defensive side.
Ooh, straight in. Gets that ice wall up, gets a spike planted already. Exus stops that jump across the top, and this is looking pretty good already. Bobo trying to retake from the man down.
Yeah, maybe still can be Rain's day. I know everyone's looking at this as probably being a reverse sweep angle, or at least a map 3 angle, but who's to say Rain can't find a couple of map wins in a row against a team like Bobo. Good start here in the pistol. This is exactly the way they'd want to be going about things. That bomb timer has been ticking pretty substantially, but instantly U-Haul control established for Bobo. Good retake there. Fully smoked off is the rest of Rain, and the bomb now defuse on. Starting to look a bit more awkward. Nades are going to go through. Will cancel the defuse, but it's already gotten halfway, and I think it might be doable for Bobo. It's onto this one last shot coming through. Won't land, and Bobo make the retake happen pretty comfortably in the end. 4 players alive, albeit a couple hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, Noz with the triple on the retake is looking very solid, already halfway to those Seekers nice and early. And then nothing else really working for Rain. You know, they had that double set up in U-Haul. They were worried about the guiding light coming through. It drew some crosshairs away, and then a couple of whiffed opportunities went sort of to the wayside. So very unfortunate for Snow and Exus, who couldn't lock down that little bit of map control, which was very necessary in the post plant. And Bobo, look, very structured. Great decision on what part of the map to retake there on the retake and set themselves up for success. Rain again, just going to be sending that up a short once more.
Well, it worked last time, at least in so much as getting the bomb plant down, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen again.
Spike planted.
So they'll be successful once again. Defensive setup, similar-ish. Looking to get control of U-Haul. Bit of a different fashion coming out from them. No player stacked inside of it this time, but Bobo going for the retake in much the same fashion. This time, though, a 1-for-1 initially. It's not going to matter too much, though, because Bobo have got those trades coming through. No, gonna have to come up big here on the reload. A couple of those Bobo players, but no shots connected in the end. On to Tix, and he's on the defuse. And so that'll be a 2-0 start for Bobo.
Well, that's it. You know, I had a little chuckle. Both the Trailblazers, both the dogs sort of said hi to one another, but they just kept on going. And then Marshu had an opportunity, but of course the Spectre sometimes can be that double-edged sword and work against you. You need to land a fair few of those bullets just to get the easy kills, and he only had a certain amount in the magazine to do it, and not a whole lot of time before those reloads came through for Bobo, and it was locked down. That being said, Rain did take a few guns out of hands there, so we are going to see Bobo with a pretty heavy reinvestment going into round 3.
Yeah, a little bit put in here as well from Rain. A couple of half armors, some upgraded pistols. Let's see if they can get anything done. Sign's in a good spot here to do some damage. Starting to go chewing through those bullets, so is Noz. They're going to have to get those reloads back on. Rain will look for the opportunity to try to strike, but it's not really being taken at this point. Signed. Well, I wanted to say has it on lockdown, but hasn't found that frag just yet. Eventually, it will actually go down right at the end of the round.
It says it's a flawless, but the kill came after the timer, so it's not actually flawless.
Post-mortem.
You know?
Yeah.
Awkward. A little bit of team damage to finish off Signed. But that being said, there's still plenty of money in the bank for Rain to finally go for that first gun round in round 4. So, you know, those 2 half investments might have bitten them a little, but I guess we shall see. Now, Bobo, of course, they have actually opted to opt into the round with that operator in the hands of Signed.
Standing ahead.
Bit of info off the dart. And Scroll. Gonna do a bit of weed whacking. Get rid of the Trailblazer. It is not the great start to the round that Rain is looking for again. Play it down. You kind of get the idea now what I was talking about before the map started, in that what a difference a map can make. You know, how comfortable Rain was looking on our first map versus our second. And the same can be said for Bobo. They just come into Bind and they look like a completely different team. It's looking super easy for them at the moment, I gotta say.
That ice wall, or barrier orb rather, going to be cracked instantly. And Bobo looking just to keep the numbers strong. With this slow, they're going to keep pushing forward. Marshu playing a very dangerous game. Guiding Light's good to set Noz up and at least hold this elbow control. Flank going to be dealt with. And all of a sudden, Rain are looking very good indeed in the 1-on-3. As Dragon has that op in hand and he is just hopping straight back to safety.
Well, just as soon as I start heaping a bit of praise on Bobo, Rain pulls out a pretty cheeky round. Kind of came out of nowhere. The res came obviously through from Panic, and a couple of quick shots as well from 1 or 2 of the members. I think some individual duels won on both sides of the retake, and it ends up looking pretty good for Rain. But I want to see more. It's only 1 round.
Well, what's that? 3-on-5. Panic as well gets that res off at some point, I believe.
He did, yeah.
And they've also baited out that orbital strike from Tix really early on in the round, so they don't have to deal with that for now. But as you can see, Noz, those Seekers at 1 point from being online, so if they play for that orb control in bathrooms, maybe they can get that one cranking. Although I say bathrooms, he's over towards the B site this round. Signed has the 2 to force, but of course with the operators still in play, he's just going to save that one and scroll a Hunter's Fury. And Rain, look, few individuals not too far away from their ults up either.
There.
Well, 3-1. Could definitely be worse right now for Rain. You see them showing some inroads being made. Go for a little bit of an information gathering mission again for Exus, but not going to be able to find too much. Might have given away the game that this is headed toward the B bomb site though. And so some counteracting information gathered by a Bobo. Seekers coming out on the entry here from Rain. Oh, but not going to quite find Noz, who's tucked inside the corner. Tix there as well to help on out. And it's starting to look better and better again for Bobo. Numbers definitely favoring them. Down to just the 1 remaining member of Rain. That is Snow. Oh, who will not be able to land the shot. Sign puts him to bed. 4-1 the scoreline. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty clean. You know, last round, a bit of a hiccup maybe for Bobo, but even that round looked like that probably could have gone the way of Bobo at one point.
Yeah.
Very dominant first half so far.
Not too bad. But Rain, they're going to start to want to get a couple of extra rounds on the board before, of course, it gets too late. Signed. Looking like he is going to try to get aggressive. And then set up that rendezvous to sneak back to safety. Playing from the top truck and may have this line onto Panic if he's not fast enough. Happy just to hold control of that mid push, as now it's just all about controlling bathrooms, the incendiary, as well as
they got the orb.
able to pick up those first 2 kills. Yes, they got the orb, But what use is it if Punder's dead?
It's worth it.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate why it's worth it, Jordan?
Because I said so.
Ah, true. Truer words have never been spoken. A Dragon, he's going to push through this 50-50. Snow able to pick up one more. And that is all they'll get in the round, other than the ult orb, which was worth it.
Every time I see Dragon's name, I feel dangerously close to making a really bad joke. But that's fine. We'll try to hold off for the rest of the show. But I don't know, man. If we get to map 3, could be problematic. Buy round does come through though for Rain.
Why is it a bad joke?
I'll tell you after.
Okay.
They are mine.
I'm good at maths, but I'm not putting 2 and 2 together this time.
Bring them down.
Oh, you probably are. Surely you are.
Oh, pulse comes through. It's good info, and it's got that tag as well. So they know that Fade's going to be over towards that short position. Scroll really trying to find some value off the back of the Hunter's Fury. But he will not be able to connect. So essentially, waste that one pretty early. You're not going to hold it for the post-plant. Bobo, happy to play an aggressive game. And the paint shells is there. Punder's walked straight into his own grenade. Gets finished off by Ticks on the spam. But at least we're going to see the spike go down. No bathrooms control, though. And Rain, just getting battered and bruised.
One enemy remaining.
They are getting absolutely obliterated at the moment, Mac. Every single one of these rounds is looking so clean from Bobo. And Rain, unfortunately, not getting too much done. 12 and 1 right now for Ticks. I think that in itself is a bit of a statement. 6 and 1 the scoreline overall. Might be headed very swiftly toward a third map.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing is, like, we saw a much similar result last time these teams played on Bind. It was 13-4. But we didn't really get to see Rain playing their attack. They kind of lost all the rounds on the defense. Now they've gotten the chance on attack. We sort of said, you know, maybe there's a chance there. Maybe they can show us a bit more, blah, blah, blah. Hasn't really eventuated at all. And once again, it just continues to be round after round after round going the way of Bobo. Signed is having some DM. He's having some aim prac at the moment. He's got that teleporter to hop out if he really needs.
Excellent haunt. Still somehow gets value. It definitely didn't hit the intended position, but off the back of it, Bobo still going to be fragging up the Storm. Maishu's positioning allows him to survive, but not for long. Tried to get that Spectre cranking, or Phantom, whatever it bloody was. And he will go down in the process. So there you have it, 7-1, and Bobo still pushing that lead further and further ahead. And you have a look at the credits, you have a look at the bank accounts. It's a different story on both sides here, Jordan.
Yep. Different story on the maps. 1-1. Big difference. Nice to see from Bobo, of course. What else are we going to throw at the wall here as Rain? See if we can find something that sticks.
Prepare for hellfire.
Signed on a advanced line. Going to win that fight against Panic. Again, Showstopper. Not going to be able to connect for a kill.
Enemy down.
And maybe the second one will. No, okay. Shot in the back there. Dragon can't find that influence he was looking for. 4v4 now. And with this long control, Bobo, they are happy just to set up for the retake. Rain committing to the plant in sight, which means post plants are going to be difficult, but they're still going to try to fight for some kind of map control.
Little something being put together right now by Rain. 3-on-3. They've got that late kind of lurk coming through from Maishu. Might not even be necessary. Punda perhaps getting it done himself. Inevitably, Maishu does come into the picture, and now it's on to Sign. Has to try and make it happen. Shots expended. And he's got a pretty nasty crossfire to deal with. Tap on that defuse. It's, again, just going to draw out that peak from Rain, and they'll win the round. They've got 2 now on the attack, Mac, but 2 is definitely not enough. They kind of need to win this half out now and bring it back to 7-5 if we're to start to talk positively toward their chances of winning this map.
I wonder what they'll need. You know, is 7 if they can get 5 here? Like, 1, I'd be gobsmacked because Bobo are just playing so much better with this comp on this map. But is that enough? You know, is Bobo not going to have anything for us in the second half? And, you know, Punda, he should be really having a field day on these attacking sides, but maybe he just doesn't have what it takes on Bind. You know, all those lineups, all those sick blast packs, which we were seeing before. We are going to see that. Spotting someone. That was a interesting interaction there. Now with that bathroom's control. We are going to see it retaken. Scroll investing the recon bolt just to make sure no one was playing close. And, Prowler going to be spotting Science position up on the truck. So, orbital strike. Is it going to be enough to split up the troops and buy some time for the extra rotations to come through?
Punda up on height. In a good spot to have a look over those smokes. Nades are going to come on through, but the bomb plant will go down regardless. Punda, as expected, is able to chime in with one. Maybe there's something in this round now for Rain. A double for Punda, stepping up large. They needed someone to do that. And again, that job is going to fall onto Punda. Ace on offer. He couldn't quite get it done. Pulled out the util at the wrong time, but he's done enough to win the round, surely, for his side. Scrawl needs a 1-on-3. The post plants are looking way too strong. Even if he gets panic, this should still well be a round in the favor of Rain. Taps on that defuse, but it's not going to be enough. And Rain, late resurgence maybe.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. Punda gets up to that god spot on site. We saw Ronsky tearing up, who was it, Catgirls earlier in that position, and it seems to be a bit of a duelist's playground. Now, that's what we were asking for from Punda. You know, I did put him on blast before that round happened, and look, he shut me up. Big 4K, very much on for the ace. Thought he could get it with the paint shells, but of course, you cannot shoot back when you got that nade in hand. So we'll see if anything changes here, or if we are just going to see Bobo's economy finally get humbled.
I wonder if there's still something in this one. Unfortunately, not going to have an easy time against Sign. He's already chimed in with one.
They found my trap.
Yeah, I have to do it the hard way now. 5-on-4. Comeback needs to be made. Sign is going to be the danger man still. Punda's aware of it, but not aware enough, and this is not acceptable. Not when you're trying to make a comeback happen. You can't get traded down so cheaply. Luckily, Panic has got that res available, so end of the day, we're back to 4-on-4. And it still remains doable. It still remains workable.
Just gives him that extra opportunity. Prowler as well, going to miss the mark, and Dragon able to hold the line because the ability had gone that little bit too far. Now that one as well, just going to silence anything, so Dragon can't hear a thing. He's going to have to rely on the rest of the boys to hold those lines of sight, and Tix is able to connect on the one, maybe a second, yes, on 22 HP. Finds himself one more, and Dragon eventually regains his hearing and locks down U-Haul too. So that's going to be 8 on the board, but is it going to be a 9-3 half, or can Rain hit back for one more?
Yeah. I mean, it felt like it was really starting to build into something for Rain, didn't it? Maybe they could have gotten back to 5. Not the case now, but if they can settle for 4, it's definitely still enough to play with if they win the pistol and start strong in the second half. Snow and Maishu getting relatively close to having the ultis online, so maybe a factor in this round. Squall potentially going to put his over the line as well. It's not exactly a super wealthy final round of the half for either side, but at least Bobo have all the weaponry in their hands.
Nice jiggle from Punda there, just to bait out the shot and allow them to know that Signed is somewhere here on these lines at B. Panic.
Oh, the flash.
The line, the guiding light is perfect, and Punda might be able to bring this one back if that shows up straight on the scroll. The Seeker's baited out. Now that's going to be dealt with into the 3-on-3. Noz, he's running low on utility, but he's still got some map control and the spike between him and Tix.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of it, isn't it, that they've taken control of the bomb site, but they haven't got the site. The spike, I should say. They've got the site, but not the spike. And now they're stuck behind smoke. There's going to be another one to refresh it as well. 45 seconds, still a bit of time, but of course, this is giving seconds for Dragon to work his way through into Hookah. Start to clear that one out. Spam going through. Noz, lucky to be alive. But with every second that passes, this gets more tense for
30
Rain.
seconds left.
They do finally strike.
They're going to have to go through the orbital strike, just denying vision, but with 22 on the clock, Jordan, it's getting
They've
so
gotta go.
dangerous. There is one more guiding light that's been worked up. Noz has to do it all himself, but the two-man peak is too much to deal with. Trade comes through from Punda, and that is going to be 4 on the board. Rain really fighting to get that 4th.
Yeah, definitely some moments in that half where you thought Rain was kind of getting it together. So some flashes of hope and brilliance, but probably not enough to really convince you that they're going to win this map, I don't think. At least it hasn't convinced me. 8-4. It's looking pretty good for Bobo. For the most part, they were the more consistent team in that half and the team that seemed to have a bit of a better grasp of how things were playing out. So I'll still back Bobo to finish this one off with the third map coming through, but maybe pistol round goes the way of Rain and first couple of gun rounds get ourselves back to 8 apiece or maybe like 9 apiece, then I can start to be convinced.
Yeah. Still a very long hill to climb here, but let's see what we're going to see from Bobo initially. Oh, shoot. Dropping that haunt. We'll get the info of only one member outside of bathrooms and playing around the alt orbs nice and early, trying to get that showstopper online as early as possible for Punda. Big rotate all the way back to B now. Bobo hoping that they've drawn someone back towards A. And this wall going to be knife, which is big info.
Yeah, it's going to draw an extra rotate across from the defenders. But Smoke's going to go down pretty quickly. Third player does arrive just in time to see X's getting dropped. Panic also deleted. I mean, I guess what matter really does it have when there's 3 players or 2 if your 2 players on the side get deleted like that?
They just need to try to find their way back out. Punda kicking things off nicely. Maishu playing a dangerous game here through the wall, and oh, he's almost won it. Still 20 seconds before that next haunt, but I don't know if they can wait that long. Snow, 54 HP, and Punda drawing out all the attention over towards Elbow, hoping Maishu can find something. Walking his way in from CT. Smoke about to fade finally. And a line almost found. Scroll going to be heard here, but the backside player not seen, and Sign gets more value for money out of that position. Noz as well on 3 HP, just trying to be a nuisance. Good shots coming through from all the Bobo members to put a 9th on the board and kick off this second half.
3 HP for Noz, but still a factor. Obviously an angle that needs to be cleared out, and he does his job well. 9-4. Bobo go one step closer to the map victory. Yeah. It was 13-4 last time, Mac, and Bobo fairly successful on their attack with an 11-2 half.
Well,
so maybe we'll head in that direction again.
This round is the one that Rain need to do as much financial damage as possible to try to slingshot themselves back into the lead. In the next couple of rounds, maybe not win this one in particular, but we'll see what the option is and what they're going to opt to do. Bobo looks like they are about to just go on in behind this drone and smash their way all through A.
Held up a little bit by the nades, but Noz is going to look to make his way out through bathrooms. It's going to work perfectly for him. Dragon making the entry happen on the other side of the entry, and Bobo will not be denied. This will be double digits for them.
Spike planted.
Panic very far away from having res available, of course, and so even that is not a bit of a wooden spoon prize for them. Nothing to be done in that one. Signed a double with the Marshal. And 10-4 the scoreline. So off we go. 3 to go. And I think Bobo are starting to think about the third map.
Yeah, well, at this point, look, you've had the perfect round, and now it's all about this bonus, right? Just get as many of those rifles out of their hands as possible. And look, I feel like with the momentum they have here, with their strats here just on the attacking side that we're seeing, it's even one of those opportunities for him to just take an 11th and put Rain right on the back foot. I think even Rain at this point might be thinking about that third map, just trying to, you know, send as much of a message here as possible. Early guiding light, at least able to get that info towards B. And everything's slowing down. Trailblazer through the bathrooms. Bobo just playing very slow. I'm looking to gain as much information as possible before committing to anything, but it looks like the B site is going to be the target.
Someone's excited about that.
Could you hear that?
I did. I don't know if stream did.
Yeah, we got Pico getting real keen for this bonus round.
She's getting real hyped up.
Oh, yeah.
Hyped up for the reverse sweep, maybe. Bobo fan. What can Rain do on the defense here? Gonna need to make something happen. X is trying to dump as much of that util as possible before going down. Does help to find a couple of frags. But end of the day, Bobo are into that bomb site once again. And they're able to get that plant down pretty quickly. Trades though, thick and fast. It's a one-on-one right at the end. Punda jumps up on the boxes, but Scrawl will spot him out. And that is the end of it. Again, Bobo with another round. This one, a very close affair, but ultimately, that is not enough for Rain. They can't afford to have close rounds. They need wins.
Yeah, as like the worst possible thing, losing every single weapon as well as the round there. And Bobo able just to happily invest into the next. Now, I did notice what that little thing was I was talking about. If that haunt pulses, because we are, of course, in spectator mode, we see that pulse stay sort of like in animation, whereas the player wouldn't see that. So that's why it looks real damn awkward when that pulse comes through and they're just shooting into a big screen of purple.
There you go. The more you know. That's why you're the best analyst in Australian Valorant, Mac.
Yeah, tell that to Pilsky. He'll probably punch you in the face. All right. Heard he's a dangerous man.
He would never.
I heard someone in chat said he's an angry man before.
Wouldn't hurt a fly. A couple of opening frags for Bobo. They're just making this look like a formality.
Oh, yeah. I think I'm even believing that it's this 13-4 scoreline now. And even I'm in map 3. I'm keen for us.
You're in map 3. Yeah, it's cooling down a little bit, isn't it? Sun's gone down.
Yeah.
What kind of crosshair do you use, Mac?
Me, who's got my crosshair? Let me quickly scroll through. Oh, no one in this game has my crosshair. I think
right here.
I've got Signs crosshair, but like bigger. If that makes sense.
I can't see. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Don't worry, we got the boys on the case. Yeah. Looks like it's just going to be aggression down mid. Rain looking to be the ones on the offense here. And trying to get Punda into a solid position. He's dropped that showstopper and no value from it. It's just the extremities that Bobo are worried about.
Bobo already starting to get a fairly hefty amount of map control. Already inside of Hookah, taking a look into the B bomb site. Noz gets the better of the aim duel against Punda, and that ice wall is going to go down pretty quickly.
Oh, an awkward position for Snow to be in. Gets tagged up by the drone, and oh, that's going to bait out the Hunter's Fury. He's TP'd to safety. That leaves the A-site defenses in shambles. That being said, look how deep your boy Dragon is.
Prepared for hellfire.
He's definitely doing some dragoning right now, Mac. I'll say that much. He's taken full control of the defensive spawn. B bomb site has been cracked open. Panic is having a good time with his pal, the Penguin.
Spike planted.
Well, I guess we'll enjoy this victory lap for Bobo, because that's really what this is now. It's a victory lap. Signed eventually. We'll finish it off, and a fitting one to pick it up. That's his 19th frag for the game. Ticks hit 23 and 6, and Bobo, they just stormed through map 2, didn't they? 13-4. Yeah. A repeat performance of the last result we saw between these two teams.
Yeah, it seems to be very, very one-sided. Even though Bobo, they were looking really, really sharp. I hope we get something more from Rain into that third map, because they provided a very, very blitzing haven, and I hope we get to see something from them on Icebox, because I don't want this reverse sweep to be two like absolute beltings on those the second and the third maps, right? Because this series has been entertaining, just one-sided maps so far, and that's not what we're here for. We're here for very close ones, because we're in the upper brackets.
I mean, you know, they've had a bit of time to try to bounce back off of that last matchup that they did lose in, and hopefully they've learned a little bit from it. So I suppose we have to wait and see. It'll be time for us to take a short break, and on the other side of this, we'll find out whether or not Icebox can flip on its head, or if we're going to get the same result. See you in a sec.
out.
Get that hit.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Side secure. We're coming home.
That the big man. Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it.
Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our Radiant at for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
Let's dance. Yeah. Say hello to MaxBot. A perfect blend of tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, Fremont.
G'day, welcome back. It's time for map number 3. We were all hoping and praying that we wouldn't get the 4-0 today, and it did feel like it was prophesized, right? Bind. Yeah. It's been a pretty good one for Bobo in the past against Rain, and once again, it sort of proves to be that 13-4 result, Mac. It hasn't done anything to dampen your spirits, of course, but maybe for Rain, it is going to be a little bit of a... something that slows down the momentum, I guess.
Yeah.
But for those of us who are on the beach, you know, nothing can get us down.
No, we're always happy, always bright and sunny, kind of like the weather here in... Remove a name. I don't want to tell you guys where I am. It's a secret, all right?
Don't dox yourself, man.
I'm just chilling at Breeze.
All the fans
We
will
didn't
come.
go to Breeze, so you guys don't actually get to see me down on the beach. Joke's on you. Not my fault, not my problem. But however, this third map, Icebox, it's going to be an interesting one. Rain's stats on it are not looking too great as of late. You know, getting absolutely decimated by Bonkers on it. And the scoreline for Bind was similar to what happened between them and Bonkers. So as long as Bobo play their A game, I'm sure we're in for a pretty heavily one-sided game, which is not what I want. I really, really want Rain to bring their A game to have a slightly better chance than what we saw in that second map. You know, Bind, it was an interesting time, and they did sort of change up that agent comp, so maybe that was them sort of, you know, feeling things out, trying to get more used to playing that comp on Bind. But everything over towards the Icebox side of things, it's pretty normal. It's pretty normalized for the most part. We have seen fades starting to be incorporated by a few teams, but I'm not too sure if we're going to see that fade come through for Rain. I think they played it last time they went onto the map. Yeah, so they had it up against Bonkers, and it probably didn't go as expected. But for Bobo, they're the team that is bringing like Astra into the mix. And that caught, I remember Pilly was very, very surprised when they picked Astra. He was like thinking, Noz, you pulling my leg? What's going on here? But the man locked it in and still managed to take the W. It was a very close map against Mindfreak, who's now no longer in the tournament. It's 15-3 to Bobo. So that was that double OT thriller, which was a very interesting one to watch, what to cast. And I really I want to see if they're going to be game enough to bring this Astra out again, or if they're going to go with something more normalized to try to secure it in a shorter amount of rounds.
You kind of look at this series, though, and you do wonder if we're going to go to a close final map. I mean, we've had a couple of blowouts, so probably due for a relatively close finish here. I think for me right now, I'm just feeling a little bit more confident about Bobo from what I've seen from them. You know, they did seem to sort of contest a little bit more on that first map, and they did seem to close out their own map a little bit more comfortably than what Rain was able to do. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt heading into this third map, but it sort of feels like it's anybody's guess. Obviously, Bobo did beat Rain on this 13-8 last time they played against each other. That was in the group stage. So, you know, there is that to sort of factor in as well. But hopefully, Rain have been able to learn something from that loss and can bring to bear a little bit of a change up maybe. And already, I'm taking a look at their agent selections here, and we are getting some change ups indeed.
Yeah, so it looks like that Astra has been thrown out the window for the moment. I say that, but it's been hovered. Noz, he's maybe going to do it to us, gets that double smokes cranking, which is really interesting, and, you know, just makes it that much more chaotic because there's just such a smaller amount of area that you can play around. And this could be where Maishu playing the Fade is going to excel. However, I have really liked Maishu more so on that Sova. Scrawl's going to be sticking to that Sova coming into this one, and I feel like, look, that with the rest of... Okay, so they're going for the Sage. So keeping it normal, keeping it much more normalized, having that double Sentinel and that Sage Ice Wall just to either play for the retakes or drop into tube early and try to control that middle of the map, or at least, you know, not have to worry about it as much.
Think outside the box, Mac. That's what the sign said on the wall.
True.
Who's thinking outside the box more now? What do you reckon?
I don't know.
Bringing a Fade. I feel like that is thinking outside the box. It's still pretty new.
We also have this interesting thing on Rain where you have multiple players sharing different roles, sharing different agents as well. And this is one of those maps where that's a little bit more fluent. So you can see that they've locked in a few different things this time. But at the same time, like, you've got Exus, who's usually playing that KO, usually playing more sort of the flashes and stuff that we've seen in the last couple of maps. But now he's on that Sentinel, now he's on that Sage, and Panic's now not on the Sage, which he played in the previous map. He's gone to the Chambers. So all these positions sort of getting changed around. And even Punda, he's down on that Viper rather than playing the Raze, which Snow is now playing. So it's just like this full reversal of roles, and maybe they've just gone for this crazy change up to feel more comfortable going map to map.
Throw a spanner in the works and see if it sticks. Let's have a look and see what Rain can do on the attack as they start their offensive toward the A site. Signed already able to pick up the early ult orb. Small advantage for him there, but won't play much of a part in this round. Rain, they look like they wanted to go pretty quick, but now thinking better of it. Slow themselves down. And we'll start to work their way back toward the attacker spawn, maybe over toward B.
Just keeping it silent. Keeping him guessing and playing off that trademark, hoping that no one's gone too aggressive down B long. But Tix, of course, he set up that early Viper wall over towards the A side of things just to play for that retake. Get all up in the grills of Rain if they do decide to walk in that direction. And, ooh, okay. Tag going to come through there with the Haunt. I believe that was over towards mid somewhere. Oh, it wasn't. It was the knife, sorry.
Did just keep Snow sort of tucked in behind this box in case there was going to be a push out from the defenders. Haven't seen that, so they know that they can retake control of this area of the map for free. And go for the A bomb site, execute properly. No connections just yet. Snow tries to make those entries happen. Good tags on the Sonic Dart to see a bit of info. And the trade's starting to come on through now from both sides. Bobo finding a couple courtesy of Noz and a Scrawl. Still a 3-on-3 though. Spikes going down on the floor.
They managed to bring that one right back, and we are going to see a whole bunch of util used already. But it's going to be Guns that, of course, get this round across the line. Punda now looking to fight here with Panic, who will fall, and it's straight down to that one-on-one. Punda looking to go forward, has baited out that aggression, but it's a line from Signed, and he's going to crack him right on the noggin. So Punda not going to be able to make that one work, and Bobo stringing rounds together from the final map. From the last map, rather, and then starting things off nicely here in the final map.
Yeah, definitely wasn't expecting Signed on such a wide angle, and, you know, a good solid attempt from Rain. They make it close, but we talked about it on that last map, that close rounds sometimes not really good enough. They have plenty of them on bind, but if almost all of them get converted by your opponent, what good does it do? Yeah, it's going to hurt the economy. Maybe not so much in the case of the pistol round per se, but need to see more from Rain. Need to see them step up here in the final map.
I'm gunning for change.
They have opted to force into this round though, Mac. They've got Spectres and some half armors across the board, so they're going to try and throw something in and see what happens.
Yeah. Well, Bobo getting away with those early knives again. That's big info. We are going to see them pretty much consistently drop this retake wall towards the A side of things unless Rain decides to start showing some more presence towards B. But so far, so good. And Rain, even with this force buy-in, they really wanted to try to get some rounds on the board early. But that wall's going to be in the way. The barrier orb, rather. Well, not for Snow, because Man's just going straight up on top. But that's all Bobo have to be looking at.
Much the same kind of approach, although maybe a little bit more of a contact play from Rain as they try to creep their way into A. All that util has not been tossed out yet from them. 45 seconds still yet to play with, but they're going to make it happen right here, right now. Signed up on top of the site. Can't spot too much, but inevitably does find Panic Scroll in there to help him out as well. And it is starting to fall apart a little bit for Rain before they do manage to come back in with a couple of quick frags. Again and again, this bomb site just seems to bring out the best of the brawls. Taps there from Dragon, but it's on to Punda once again. This time the one-on-one again goes the way of Bobo. Not a great conversion rate, unfortunately, for Punda. They make it close enough again. It's not good enough.
What are we going to see coming through from Rain? They're not going to opt to go for the force yet again, but they will go for that half buy. They seem to like this when they lose that pistol round. You know, just trying to keep that economic pressure on Bobo, who are going to full invest yet again. Tix even going for that Phantom now. And a couple of extra guns thrown across. I always love a bit of Guardian gameplay, so we'll see what Scroll's going to be able to do with that. And just having a look at the map here, it seems like we are going to see Rain put some pressure towards mid this round.
Oh. It looks to have gone pretty well. Panic's a bit of a sharpie so far. And some decent shots. What's the bounce back from Bobo? Are they going to push somewhere, try to get a bit of info, try and take some map control, or just play it back in their sights?
And Tix as well, with that aggression straight back, evens up the odds to that 4-on-4. Now, Rain, again, focusing over towards the A side of things. They did manage to get signed out, so there's no more knives that they have to worry about, as well as, look, Signed had that ult cranking, so it's one of the better players they could have taken out early. And now, with all these util in the way, we are going to see that Haunt get some decent amount of info. Maishu, again, just connecting with a bunch of these abilities. Dragon happy to hold and just waiting for the push straight through. Surely out of gas happens right now, and you are going to see Rain, with 30 seconds remaining, still not have that spike on sight. And they're still just trying to find anything. Under.
Dragon! Oh, finally. He's gone down. He was literally dodging those shots. I think one of them did connect. Anyway. Still winnable here for Bobo. 19 seconds on the clock. Ticks. He looks to have found the timing onto Exus. Does manage to grab him a double. And Bobo win another round. I mean, from a deficit this time. They're starting to really put these rounds together, and they're starting to, I think, really put that pressure on Rain as well.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. We are going to see a quick tech pause coming through. Something's going on. But it feels like, I think it's Rain. Want to iron out. Bobo, rather.
Bobo, yeah.
Just having a quick chat. Having a look at the ults and what's available, what's not, and what's almost there. You got Panic 2 away from the Tour de Force. So this is a pretty important one for Rain to try to get the orb control, try to get, you know, a couple of kills on the board and get those ults cranking into the next couple, which will definitely help them string some together. But if you look at Bobo, they're not too far away from that Viper's Pit. They've also got Signs ult online, Null Command, and Scroll as well, pretty damn close to that Hunter's Fury too. So
that's a good spot.
See what Dragon opts to do. We might actually see them attempt to go for some early orb control. But as that tech pause finishes, no wall put up just yet for Bobo. So Tix is holding on to that one early.
Fast play into mid this time from Rain. Ice wall goes up. Doesn't do too much though. Bobo are not interested in what's happening in mid. They're interested in pushing out on the A site. Big change up on the defense, and it's worked out very nicely for them. You know, Tix just hanging around behind that B attempt, and he's found himself a sneaky angle, catches the bomb carrier, grabs a second as well, and that is just cerebral gameplay from Tix.
Yeah, solid readjustment and expecting that second player on the top of Tube. Pings that spike so they know it's down and they know that someone could be very close. Oh, that bit of fade util's not going to quite connect Tix. However, can't hear anything. Still keeps on fighting. Haunt going to be dealt with, and now Maishu in a 1-on-3 has an opportunity here. That flash will set him up. And Tix, 4 big kills from him. Keeps it clean for Bobo. 4-0.
Yeah, really, really nice round from Tix. That is going to do a bit of a number to Rain's economy as well. Their money is just not quite there for a buy, so it's going to be pistols and armor. Spectre there for Maishu, but nothing really to write home about, unfortunately. This is looking a little bit too clean from Bobo, a little bit too good.
Oh, yeah.
Rain needs to step up. Rain needs to find a way to break some of this momentum. Otherwise, very quickly, half of the first half is going to be gone, and they won't have found a round.
Well, Tix is going to, waste a whole bunch of time on that clock. And Rain have to deal with this Viper's Pit. Maybe stay dangerous, maybe just walk through it. Who knows? But they have nothing but time here, so they're happy just to hold for the moment. Because now we are going to see some util used. That Boombot in the way. He's going to force them back and panic. Oh, gets all the way into Tube, but Sign stops him before he gets his feet back on the ground. Punda, he's going to be falling as well, and Bobo happy to brawl here over towards A.
Once again, Tix just having an impact. Will eventually fall to snow, but you've still got numbers there for Bobo. Sign, he's holding strong. Trader down, but he's got teammates to help him out, and in the end, 5-0 is the scoreline, and Bobo, they are just on this rampage that cannot be stopped at the moment.
Oh, well.
Fire coming out again from Rain. Yep. They've got all 5 ultimates ready. If it's ever going to be a round, it has to be this one.
It certainly feels that way. Let's see if they change it up. They haven't hit B through long yet. They don't seem to be too confident going that direction. I think the one time they did go, they managed to get all the way in through mid, using that ice wall effectively. And again, the defenders, they've still got 3 ults online as well. So, they do have a bit of a fallback plan. And Dragon, hopefully that Haunt's not going to connect. Okay. Good support from the teammate there. And Scrawl with the Hunter's Fury. He loves using it early and will find that first kill, baits the res out of Exus, so they don't have to deal with that later on in the round.
Well, 1 ultimate for 1 ultimate. It seems like a pretty reasonable exchange on both sides. Info obviously given over to Bobo that maybe there's players headed in the direction of the B site. Dragon just pushed off his line by the presence of his opponents and starts to cede territory. The Viper wall will come up as well.
And ults just
here we go.
Left, right, and center. Jordan Showstopper looking to zone players back towards the back of site. Connection finally for Snow. And this could be the round that Rain were looking for. Oh, Viper's
never mind.
Walking.
Yeah. Don't get too far ahead of yourself, Mac. Bobo are still fighting hard. A couple of kills come on through. Noz up on the high ground. Can't win the duel this time, and so it's probably done, as you say. A brief moment of excitement. What can Dragon provide for us, though? They got a fair bit of money, so he goes down. Not the end of the world here. Nice flick. Snow goes down. 1 on 2 now. But time becoming a little bit of a problem for Dragon. And he'll have to pick the pace up, which means noise being made. And Rain have a pretty good idea as to where he is. So, end of the day, it will be Rain's first round on the board. But it took a lot of work to get there.
And again, look, some of these rounds have been really damn close. So as you can see, Dragon happy to save that operator into the next, which cost him a penny. But at the same time, Bobo, if they lose this round, then they may be suffering from some financial difficulty. I say that, but then I actually use my brain for maths. And look, they'll have another buy after this. So the pressure still really is on Rain's economy, just to try to keep the numbers strong in any of these rounds they win. And look, 1 out of 6 so far is not very good odds.
Nope.
You want to play? Let's
Right as always,
play.
Mac. What's Dragon up to? Oh, that's what Dragon's up to. Gets his counterpart in panic. Makes it look clean as well.
That's a good spot.
Just very happy to play for that aggression nice and early. He's going to try to set those rendezvous up after sneaking back and playing the numbers advantage. You've also got signed right aggressive at mid, able to stop any passive rotates rather back through CT attacking spawn. And now see this wall go up, but not before Dragon picks off another, and that's going to be the 2-man advantage.
Certainly is. Bobo not too happy about losing the last round, it seems, and so they've come back into round number 7 with a vengeance. Dragon is at the forefront of that, and he's looking for more. The shot doesn't connect. Now it's down to a 3-on-3 once again. But Bobo managing to find ways to get back in on the retake before it's even a retake. The bomb's not planted. It's on to Punda, and he's been spotted out by Tix. So 6-1 will be the scoreline. Good attempt from Rain, and a brief moment of hope, but it doesn't last long.
Bobo just so happy to play Flood as soon as they know there's numbers on site and play around Tix's wall. It's just been so much of a nuisance, you know, just fully splitting that site in half means that anyone that wants to play belt, wants to play deep, just has absolutely no impact. They need to take the site and fall back late, and it's just not happening. They're just barely able to take that site, and when they do, it's not theirs for bloody long, is it? Early barrier orb just to try to take Rain under the tube, and they're going to make it all the way in through mid. Signed in a solid position here with that long control. He's able just to play tucked away on side. Oh, Headhunter not going to connect there for Panic this time, and Sign, he's feeling it. Dragon falling, which means things get that bit more difficult, but Noz swings in time, and through that little gap under Kitchen is able to pick up 2 more.
Yeah, nice helping hand from Noz. Gonna get that res through just to ensure the round, but probably unnecessary in the end. 7-1 is the scoreline. 1 step closer for Bobo. And I dare say this is actually looking even more one-sided than Bind was, in my opinion. So going gets tougher and tougher for Rain the deeper we get into this series.
Yeah, it's a extremely rough position, it seems, for them. I wonder if the tide will turn in that second half. And of course, then you have to have that conversation, you know, how that second half starts. Is Bobo going to get yet another pistol and, you know, push that lead that they have? Because now with the majority, things are getting dangerous for Rain. Oh, big flash trying to enable Dragon on the line, but Punda holds his ground and punishes the repeat.
Yeah, well, I think Bobo is getting a little bit bored now. You see them going for these kinds of plays. Maybe that patience could have been a virtue in this respect. Has given the advantage over to Rain.
Ooh. 1 player suppressed there. He's going to give over some info. I think it was only Snow, so the suppression already wearing off and him happy just to contact in, clear all the close angles and allow the Prowler to create some extra space. Wall going to be dropped now. And there's no retake wall to come through. But Sign, he is going to be fighting fire with fire there. Flashing his way through. Gets big info. And now in the 4-on-4, let's see, or 3-on-4 rather. Let's see who's going to win in the retake.
Oh, couldn't quite get back out to safety, but still a few players left on Bobo to deal with. Noz looking to lead the charge into the bomb site, but Panic on the off angle catches him. Noz not expecting it. Another player down. Rain starting to pick up the pieces in this first half. Got to get a little bit more done than what they are. And Scrawl, he's a thorn in their side. A double from him. It's still not quite enough to win the round. Tix getting timed out shortly. Maishu is keeping an eye on him as well. So that'll be that. Rain should be picking the round up from here.
Oh, and just cops that haunt straight to the toes. But there you go. Rain, a second secured and still a chance to find 3 more in this half. But you have a look at that economy yet again. The cash, it's almost in the bin, but I think they're going to be able to salvage something here.
Yeah, they got a decent buy together. I mean, Bobo still have plenty of cash to play with.
Yeah.
So the going, I mean, I suppose it gets tough when you lose the first 5 rounds of the map. It's just how it is. Been a bit more successful over toward the B bomb site, has Rain. So they are going to attempt to head in that direction again.
Yep, Bobo ready for that one. Happily answer with that knife and get the info. Slow things down from Rain, who now are just waiting around for maybe that haunt to come online yet again. But Bobo going more passive and worrying a little bit about mid. What do we got here to get through? So, the Toxic Orb is in the way. Snow playing a dangerous game. He'll time it to perfection. Paint Shell's going to be thrown towards Kitchen too, just to draw some more of that attention from Bobo. And as this is all happening, Rain starting to make their maneuver over towards the A side of things. But look at Dragon's position here again. He has been so damn crisp with this operator this half.
Yeah, he's been really, really solid, hasn't he? Rain, they're going to have to give it a crack now. 4 on 5. Time is starting to run out. Hunter's Fury coming through as well. No connections just yet from Scrawl by the looks of things, but he's kept them at bay. Dragon with another peek is going to find another kill. My shoe goes down this time. Panic and Punda, though, they're doing a bit of a number onto Bobo's forces. And in fact, it starts to look a little bit interesting. Punda, though, will get traded back on down. And any semblance of an advantage for Rain, it goes filtering away into the floor. Panic now solo. 1 on 2. Has the spike in hand at the very least. Going to try and get a plant down, but spam through the box. It's not going to be a good feeling. Eventually finished off by Sign. 8 and 2 now. And Bobo, they put 1 foot in front of the other, and they don't seem to be slowing down at all.
You got to feel bad for Panic there. Man's just wanted the plant, but as soon as he taps it, he just gets bonked straight on the head. So Bobo doing God's work to fight straight back there. And Dragon, again, just so much impact with that operator, which he's, you know, going to have saved across, given to him, understandably so. And now into the final 2 rounds of the half. Have a look at those ultimates. There's a chance Bobo can get some more online. Rain have to play around theirs this round or the next to maybe secure a 3rd. But this one is going to be extremely difficult, especially with Dragon going forward again.
He just doesn't stop. And it's not even always on the same side of the map either, or the same peak or anything like that. It's really keeping Rain on their toes. Panic need to be a little careful. Dragon is a-lurking. But he's going to catch Punda instead, so I guess you'll take it. Easy peasy. Dragon back to safety, this time missing the shot, but has a chance for more! This could be a 4K! He'll look for the ace, can't quite get it. Panic is able to shut him down. How many close to things have we had? We've had 4Ks all afternoon. Very rarely the ace. But Panic, well, he's not having a fun time at this one at all. Maybe they're toying with their food a little much, but Tix eventually says no more. I would have loved the ace there from Dragon. I feel like he deserved it.
Ah, certainly with how he's playing. Look, 13 and 9 is definitely not too terrible already for the half, and there's a chance for more. And the man's got himself the tour de force for the final round. Exus has a res if things don't go right initially, and we'll see if Rain decide to try something a little more aggressive. At least they've got Vandals here. But look, a 9-3 half. I'm wondering if that's anywhere near enough for Rain going into that second half.
Yeah, I mean, and even getting a 9-3 half is going to be a bit of a task at this point.
Your duty is not
well, that's going to prompt a res. Dragon just adds another number to his tally. Up to 14 and 9 for the first half. Punda is going to try to walk through mid.
I think he's found himself the timing. A whole lot of attention going to be taken by the Rain members trying to make their way in from the front of A, and from the side the attack starts to strike. Will Punda be able to find more than one from here? He's just slowly but surely flanking up through heaven. Noz able to hold control for another, and Dragon looking in the right direction. In comes the reinforcements just in time to trade. And Rain again looking like this is going to be a very rough round.
Yeah, 3-on-2. Wall does come up, but Tix can see over the top of it. X's is the last one alive. His position's been revealed as well by the dart. And so, a bit of util lands on top of his head. It's unfortunate the way this is playing out for Rain. They were really good on that first map, and second map, you know, not able to show us too much. It seems that the third is kind of following suit with the second. But maybe X's can still provide a bit of excitement here. A 2-on-1 clutch. Get them a third round. I kind of need a bit of that momentum heading into the second half, I feel.
A bit of a safe plant here towards B. And he's got, look, 2 slow orbs, a heal to use if he wants. Doesn't want to use the heal just yet because that'll reveal his position. So looking to play over towards mid, and he's heard both sets of footsteps here.
Spot to deal with them as well. Oh! Exodus lines him up, a double kill. The headshots come out, easy peasy. And that is a third round on the board for Rain. A little bit of excitement, I guess. You know, it's nice. How nice is it though, Mac? Is it enough? 9-3?
Yeah, it's some confidence. You know, it's another round, and that is what's important. 10-2 is that much harder than the 9-3 scoreline. You got to remember that. But this round, probably one of the most important for Rain to win so far this series if they want a damn chance here on Icebox, because Bobo, we know how good they are at converting in those second rounds, those third rounds after winning the pistol. So, you know, what are we going to see? Bobo looking like they want to run it straight up the guts.
Why not? Just send it at this point. They're winning the brawls, they're winning the fights, their aim is on point. Individuals definitely being put to good work. Might as well just try to take some jewels. They're going to go straight on in. Maishu's going to be hearing all of this, calling desperately for some assistance. Wall does go up. Some heads are spotted, but they're into the site. Okay, Sign somehow able to survive. Maishu not able to hit the headshot, and it's going to come down to Punda to find the opening frag for the round. It's not been clean from Bobo so far, but they're in the site.
It's a little bit of pain there coming through with the missed opportunities. However, he's done huge damage onto Bobo. Tix, though, able to try and take a couple of heads. Rain making sure all those trades start to come through, and it's looking pretty flawless so far. Yes, a beautiful one. And Rain, is that the ticket they have been looking for all game?
Yeah, that's a bit more like it, isn't it? 9-4 will be the scoreline. It's one step on the ladder, Mac. I don't think it's the ticket onto the train just yet. Maybe they've, I don't know, maybe they've just started researching their trip online. Like, I don't even know if they're at the train station yet, if we're going to go with that analogy.
Yeah, they check train times.
That's it, yep.
That's the start of the journey.
So hopefully the train, you know, it's not early or late or leaves without them or something. But yeah, they definitely haven't even begun their trip to the station yet. They've got a lot of work to do to make this one, you know, lean in their favor. 9-4. No real investment from Bobo. A couple of sheriffs out here, but, you know, no armor behind it, so that'll be that.
See what Dragon can do.
See if they can get something cheeky.
He's got that headhunter to play with. Oh! That's exactly what you got to worry about with these chambers in the game.
Okay, well, suddenly it starts to get a little more spicy than we might have anticipated.
Slow.
It's still a very reserved approach from Bobo, isn't it? You know, they get that opening pick, they slow things down. It's kind of nice. Keeps your opponent thinking. And it might prompt a bit of a push, which is sort of what we're getting now from Snow out on that B site. He's already started to push down, have a bit of a look, see what he can find. Has gathered some decent info at least. But very isolated.
Oh, well, this aggression from Snow may not be spotted there. That knife's going to land over towards yellow, so not seen.
No charge.
And then we did see that haunt come through as well, which I don't think revealed his position. So he could be on for a fast flank if everything goes his way. Bobo seem to be none the wiser at the moment, and they also have Scrawl looking to lurk his way up mid, but we'll see how the hold goes. Panic was in a very dangerous position, but he was too slow on hitting that old rendezvous, and oh my lord, Rain. Everyone is falling. The chances are crumbling. Can Exus and Punda salvage this round.
This is not the way you want to be seeing it go. X's, he's got himself one, but he needs a lot more than that. Wallbang through the box, catches Dragon. We're back to 2-on-2. Noz gets the info, though. The dart was too good. Scrawl biding his time. Just playing the time, really. X's is going to have to go and chase him. Scrawl ready and waiting. Can he win the duel? No is the answer. And so Scrawl finishes it off 10-4, double digits achieved for Bobo. Huge round to pick up with a really small investment as well.
That round was pain. But if you're a Bobo fan, I think you're feeling pretty good about this half now. So, Rain, they started things off, but then they actually looked at the train times on the wrong day. And I feel like they might be missing the train here, Jordan.
Yep. They might be missing the train as well.
What do we have to play with for Rain? You've got that Viper's Pit not too far away. One pick could maybe do it. But again, the full save just to see what they can do. If they can get any guns out of hands of Bobo here, it's actually huge because Bobo have gone and heavily reinvested here just to get...
Bobo's not messing around.
Phantoms? But that's the issue, right? They've just got so much firepower. It's going to be so hard to get past.
Oh, signed right up on top of the boxes. It's too easy. A double already on the entry. He'll be taken down, but he's done enough. The numbers are just going to come swinging through for Bobo, and they overwhelm. They're like a wolf pack.
Yeah.
11-4.
Keeping close. Good trades. All solid fundamentals. And I think Rain, they were just happy to get out of that round. Move on to the next. Get these guns cranking and get to play their A game. Punda, they can get that ult orb. It means that they've got that Viper's Pit to play around. And then that's about it. My shoes ult's just that little bit too far away unless he can get a couple of picks. And we'll see what Bobo opt to do here. Looks like, again, they are going to try to focus mid nice and early. Just deal with this haunt that keeps getting thrown. Ooh, no trademarks there to deal with, though, so... Unless there was and I missed it. Either way, pull me up on that one.
I would never do such a thing, Mac. You're perfect. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise.
Thank you. That's the confidence I
think
needed.
so far, Bobo has been pretty close to perfect, haven't they? Pushing into this A-bomb site. It's worked out very nicely for them. Apart from the shenanigans through mid on the pistol, their straight-up pushes have been a little bit more successful. Drone's going to be searching for some info. Hasn't spotted anyone out just yet.
Okay, some of that U2 going to be lobbed across the top. Dragon going to be able to hold here as well. But any of that aggression coming through from the defenders. And that plant up towards the top site. I have seen this go awry for Bobo in the past, but we'll see if that's going to happen again. Of course, that ult's going to be coming through and just dealing, giving over a lot of info. And we're going to see this Toxic Orb go down. We'll see how the lineup is from Tix here.
Well, Dragon seems to have it on lockdown. I don't even know if it's going to come down to Tix at this point. It's just Snow left alive. I wonder if his gun was spotted there by Dragon. They certainly have the pings down. They know more or less where he is. 12-4 is the scoreline. One round away now for Bobo in what really has felt like more of a formality of a map than anything else. They have been rampaging through Icebox. And it should be a pretty clean end to the series.
Well, Rain may get to use one ultimate this half, and that's Pundas. We'll see if he gets that opportunity. We'll see what he's going to do with it. Looks like he's towards the A side of things, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him just use it up on top of 410. Try to lock down the side himself as the rest of the members are all over the damn place. And Bobo, they're going heavily aggressive towards the B side of things. The snowfalls early.
Change up.
Oh, this could be all over Red Rover.
I'm not sure that Snow was expecting that many players that early on in the round. Dragon just does not miss at the moment. 23-12. Plants going down again. And it is 3-on-5 now. So with that, I think we can start to get a bit of an idea as to how this is going to play out. Reyno going to try and make that retake happen. Of course, they have no choice but to. Dragon posts at the back of the site. He's got the double. He's looking for the ace. He might just get it. He missed out on one earlier on in the map, but can he find it? No. Dix will steal it away, but still it'll be the victory for Bobo. 13-4 in the end, and a 2-1 victory overall. Icebox, very comfortable victory for Rain. And Again, I feel a little bit bad for Dragon. 2 attempts at an ace that he wasn't able to pull off either.
Yeah.
But hey, that's a small victory. I mean, that's an extra prize on top. The big prize, of course, is going through to that upper bracket final against Order, which will be a pretty tough game.
Yeah.
Whichever way you paint it, but it's nice to be there rather than facing elimination in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I'm keen to see that one go head to head because, of course, it's going to be like RDW playing a couple of his old band members. It's an interesting affair when you think about it. But look, Dragon really just turning heads today. He had a bit of a slow performance on that first map, but the second two, well, he just showed some dominance.
Indeed. I mean, end of the day, a little bit of a speed bump for Bobo there on Haven. I'm actually quite keen when we do get into the interview to ask them about that. Obviously, we know that's a pretty decent map for Rain, so I guess fair enough. Picking up the second 2 maps really cleanly, though, a very, very positive sign. So overall, I got to say, Bobo looking pretty damn good there. Individual stepping up as well. I thought we saw good stuff from Tix on 1 or 2 of those maps. Dragon definitely in the last map. Yeah. Sign seemed to be hitting his shots on the second map, I think, when he was, getting in the mix a little bit more. So didn't really have quite the same to be said on Icebox. But end of the day, it sort of felt like an effort by committee, which is also really nice to sort of see from Bobo. You're not expecting them to have one individual kind of carrying the team.
Yeah, it's like another thing I've noticed as well is not only did Dragon individually get 7 of those first bloods, but Bobo got first blood in 12 of those rounds, which means their conversion rate was pretty damn good. Well, literally, unstoppable. And then in the other 4 rounds that Rain managed to get in 5 of the rounds of the 17 we played, they got the first blood. So their conversion rate, not quite as good, but it just goes to show how good Bobo were at positioning themselves to get that first blood. Rain were unable to stop it. They didn't really have a huge amount of util. I don't think they actually had any flashes at all to force them off lines, off of that aggression. So Bobo really understanding how that sort of way that the game was supposed to work and really just taking advantage of that, putting Dragon in constant positions where he's able to succeed.
It was almost 2 clean second halves from Bobo as well. I think Bobo only lost the pistol in the second half of Icebox. They didn't lose a single round in the second half of Bind. So it would have been a nice little clean-up from them on both of those maps had they not dropped the pistol. Interesting pistol strat, always a little bit of fun. Obviously didn't really work out for them. End of the day, though, obviously a little bit too strong there. Bobo up against Rain. We have Dragon ready to have a chat. I suppose the MVP from the last map. Why not get him in and see how he's going?
Oh, there he is.
There we go.
Sideways.
Yeah, congrats on the win. Obviously, congrats on having a sick final map there as well, Dragon. Really impressed with your individual performances. But I did want to ask you about the first map. Haven, not one that seemed to go too well for you. Do you put that down to, do you guys just not like the map, or is that something you think Rain is really strong on? Where do you sort of sit that one?
You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, Haven's just like, it's really weird because we have this new comp we've been trying out with the Neon, and it's like, I don't think we're used to it yet. It might be the agents because we just swapped to Breach, but it doesn't really seem to change much. So, like, I think it's just a bad map for us, honestly.
Okay, Dragon, I got one question for you, and it's where the hell did you come from? Because I didn't see you too much in the last couple of years, and you were just absolutely fragging up a storm. So tell us, where'd you come from before Valorant, and also what's your little route of like teams to get to this position in Bobo?
Well, actually, I didn't play anything professionally before Valorant, and I wasn't really planning on playing professionally when I first started playing. But I played a bit of Fortnite, a bit of Overwatch, a bit of CSGO. Just been playing everything. And I've come from like, I think the first ever team I joined was like Elim. It's kind of like a very known team. But then I got picked up by Nebula and then onto Bliss, I think. And then now, where I am now.
Okay, interesting. Now, talk to me about this next game you've got coming up, because you got to go up against Order, and they had a pretty big game before yours. I don't know if you were watching that or you were warming up. I don't know what your thing is, but how do you guys see yourselves in comparison to Order? Like, do you see it as an achievable game in that upper bracket final? Because, of course, that one's going to send you straight to the grand final. And then also, with the rest of the teams in the competition, do you put yourself in that sort of second position? And what's your thoughts on Catgirls?
I think Order are really beatable. They're not, like, they're looking strong, but like, So it's just we have to fix our first map, and then we'll be on. I think we're on the same level. And then Cat Girls, I also think they're really good, but I think we're better than them. So yeah,
very good.
Well, I mean, yeah, that would be proven true, I guess, based on how the bracket is playing out. Dragon, thank you very much for your time. We'll wrap the interview up there, and best of luck in that upper bracket final. Mac, now things start to get a bit interesting. Obviously, we are getting deeper and deeper into the bracket. So here's an opportunity for us to check out how that is playing out. We're starting to think about eliminating a couple of other teams now that we do have our lower bracket filled out a little more. And of course, Order and Bobo will both be looking for their place in the grand final of the upper bracket if they do manage to pick that win up. But Rain, Fun Crew, Cat Girls, Bonkers, those are the matchups I think that we'll be looking forward to watching next. And they'll be played on Thursday. So saying goodbye to another couple of teams.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know how those games are going to go because Rain are looking really strong. But then like in today's game, that reverse sweep was just like Bob playing out of their minds for those second and third maps. And then, you know, that other elimination game as well. Who thought, you know, Bonkers would be down there so early up against Cat Girls? That's going to be another one of those games which could be extremely entertaining. But say if like Cat Girls pops off, then it could just be another blitzing. So I have no idea how those games are going to go.
Still a lot to think about, of course, Mac, and I'm sure you're going to be tuning into how the rest of the games do go. Maybe you'll even be here to cast them. Looking forward to that. Either way, that is going to be the end of the show for today. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you tune in next week for the continuation of the bracket. Have a good night.
Going to be too effective from Nice Axe. Goes up. Precious can't land the shot now again. Quick double from Precious.
Just came over the top, has a nice line. There's the ping. See you later, Sicko. And another as well, Cloxy.
Texter, another frag to be found. Cream, he's in such an awkward spot, but he's going to line up the collateral.
That's a tag coming through from, I think, a camera.
Oh, what is this?